Tamani Music.
We are in the building again. Me and Senor Rico. Hey, yo, Senor Rico. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Senor
Okay,
Rico.
all right. Yeah, better known as Old Crusty. How you going, sir?
Hey, man, ain't nothing, man. Just surviving, man.
I know you've been tickled by all the news.
It is crazy.
Crazy.
Can you feel it? Let's get right into it.
Yeah, I mean,
What's been happening?
Well, you know, the thing as of late is obviously the big blow up at the Sioux for the last 3-4 days, where it got heavily raided. You know, so they went and kicked in some clubs, some hotels, arrested like a couple hundred people. You know, they were, you know, they had their I mean, if anybody subscribed to an online newspaper that's pretty heavy on the DR called Dominican Today, and I like it because it's in English. So you don't have to read Spanish. It's written in English. It's by, you know, it's called Dominican Today. And they list articles not just about Sosúa, the whole DR. So if you have an interest in the Punta Cana area, or you have an interest in the North Coast, or you have an interest in it's like a Washington Post or a Cleveland Times or some shit like that, you know, regular US newspaper, but it's all the Dominican Republic. And it's, you know, it's printed and produced daily. So if you in the heavy in Santo Domingo, so they tell you everything. They tell you about the politics, the local news. They have real estate ads on there. It's a great resource if you have an interest in the DR, or if you live there, or if you have property there, because I try to stay up on Dominican news as much as I stay up on US news. Even though I won't get involved in politics, I still want to know I want to know who the fucking president is. I want to know because I got a home there. It would be foolish of me to say, people are like, I don't care. I'm like, yeah, you ain't got shit there. I do care. I have property there. I have a vested interest to care about how things are done. So all that saying is, man, when they ran up into the Sioux, it was crazy. Now, like I said, I've only been to Sosua once. I've never seen that happen like that on that scale. And of course, every major YouTuber that, has talked about it. The big one being Razor Rays. He had a big live on it last night. It was fucking hilarious. But guys are showing up with videos from Chicas showing they show videos with motherfuckers kicking in the door like the FBI and shit, but they did say they found, and I sent you that thing which is surprisingly, somebody found on the this other source of information where they was messing with some young boys up there. That thing I just sent you before we came on. You muted.
When they said that, when you said kicking in the door, in my mind, I'm imagining like they kick in the door and say, "Put down the eggplant, bro. Like get it out your mouth and let's get up out of here."
Bro, they did. If you've seen the videos, it's on Razor Rays Live last night towards the end, where the guy Flit DR came in. He showed some videos, and I was like, "Oh, they're not fucking around."
Well, let me. Is this a video you sent me? Yeah, it's a video.
Well, it wasn't a video. It's really an article.
It's an article.
Yeah, if you can pull it up, it's a real quick read, but it's pretty interesting in the things they said in it.
It's in Spanish.
In the article.
Translate it really quickly.
It should be in English.
Nah, this part is in Spanish, and it's maybe because my feed is in Spanish.
Maybe. But
it's a Facebook post, right? The Facebook post, right?
Yeah. So if you scroll down to it, it should be in English.
No, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna pull it up so you can see it.
Let me look at it again. Yeah, well, when you click on it, that's what it is. When you click on it, it'll launch you into the Facebook page that is posted. Zona Norte TV. That's in English.
All right, let me share this. Let me see. Let me share my screen. See what's up.
So if you click it, it should take you to the Facebook page. It'll come up in English, and so I was like, I tell people all the time, I say, look, I don't be getting this shit from me.
Oh shit, hold on, that ain't it.
No, that ain't
it. That ain't it. Lord Jesus. Let's go.
But that ain't bad. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Oh man.
It's good.
So
yeah, it's still in Spanish there.
Yeah, so I'm
scroll down to the bottom. You should be able to click on translate. Go up a little bit above the comments. Right above the comments, you should be above it. Maybe it should say go above it at the end of the article.
Right here.
A little more. Yeah, usually says.
I
don't know why it says it for me. That's.
I think. Are you doing it on your phone versus the computer?
Yeah. Yep.
So that's probably it. On the computer, it has those apps have those fun things, but
okay. Well, I can read it. It basically.
Nah, I'm gonna translate it so people can see what they are.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna just plug it into Google Translate.
Yep.
And we go from there.
I mean, and it's just wild to hear that this is all the shit they found doing the raid. So they did find some drugs. They found some weapons. They found minors. There you go.
Okay, let me put on my lenses and read this out loud to y'all. Now, again, we're just reading this. We're coming into this information, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Brown Liquor Baron episode. If you're here, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast for a little bit. Make sure you hit the like button. But I mean, this is current events, and so we separating the real from the fake, the truth from the lies. And these are travel. This is travel information people should know because. I got my take on it, and we'll save that for later about what's really going on. But let's read into it. It says now, Operation Atlantic. They got a fucking operation name for it? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Operation Atlantico carried out this weekend by the Public Prosecutor's Office and more than 500 agents in Sosua uncovered much broader exploitation network. I didn't want to say that word. Than previously believed. Among the rescue victims were at least 7 minors and 22 men who are also being exploited.
Men. Men.
Authorities reported that of the 174 adults rescued, 22 were men who were direct victims of exploitation, a rare occurrence in this type of intervention where the visible victims are generally women. Furthermore, the National Council for Children and Adolescents, CONANI, confirmed that among the rescue were children in condition of abuse, subjected to networks operating in boarding houses, bars, liquor stores, and tourist municipalities. This discovery demonstrates that exploitation does not discriminate by gender or age, and that men can also be victims of trafficking abuse. An issue that rarely raised in the public eye. During the operation, 29 establishments raided, including boarding houses with more than 250 rooms and 17 alcohol outlets, where it is suspected that valuable people were being exploited. Mm-hmm. Vulnerable people were being exploited. Mm-hmm. The Attorney General's office announced the creation of the Specialized Prosecutor's Office in Sosua to permanently pursue these crimes and prevent this area from continuing to be a hotspot for tourism and human trafficking. First Lady Raquel Arbaje also condemned the incidents and stressed the importance of protecting minors involved. The exploitations of the innocence of our children must be punished to the fullest extent of the law, she stated. Follow us on Zona Norte TV so you can get the whatever you need. But listen, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, so that's telling you, a lot of times these guys in these chat groups and these Facebook groups want to deny the, reality of what occurs in these areas. And I mean, boy, I can't tell you, the Passport Bros have been forever swearing up and down, and we ain't up there doing this. I'm like, but come on, bro, you in the space where this shit occurs. And if it's 100 times worse in Thailand, you know what I'm saying? So the willful ignorance of the existence of this stuff, and they messing with little boys, and there's a lot of little booty bandits, in the space. It just is. Niggas don't want to come to face with it, and that's why I'm like careful about the people I fuck with in the space, because you really don't be knowing niggas like you think, because I to me it's not that much of a leap, because again, a lot of these guys, I'll say, come out of the red pill space and spaces where they practice telling a motherfucker you can be 50 and you should be able to get a 20-year-old. First of all, I'm like, why the fuck as 50 you even want a 20-year-old? That should be viewed as a child to you. Yeah, cool. And then if you are, the difference between 20 and a minor is 3 fucking years. Why would you want to be that close to the line? So I think there is something for me to say. We used to say, even back home in the States, that nigga got a taste for them young gals. And you always have to keep an eye on them, especially if you a father of daughters. Mm-hmm. I'm like, this nigga like fucking with them young girls. And if he fucking with that 19 or 20-year-old, he might be looking at my 17-year-old daughter or my 18-year-old daughter. I'm gonna have to kill this motherfucker. I'm gonna have to kill him.
Rico, you and I differ in that approach. And here is why you and I differ in that approach. Okay. I take from me personally, I like a certain type of women. My age bracket, I've already made that clear for the past something years. That's my age range, and it ain't nowhere near what we talking about. Fine.
Oh, there we go.
No, it ain't nowhere near. We're well clear. We grown. We like grown women. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, I cannot argue or dispute these guys that are dealing with a woman that's 20, because the legal age is 18, right?
I don't
And I
don't
can't
dispute
dispute
it.
that.
I don't have an issue with it if the nigga's up to 30.
That don't
And
matter.
then
We're seeing in the United States
the
that
legality, right? But there's several reasons for it. One, the legality. I can't argue the legality. Over 18 is over 18. Period.
Correct.
So it is. I'm not pushing the legality of it. I question the mindset. If you call yourself a fully functioning, well-developed, mature, thoughtful, intellectual adult of the age of 50, what the fuck do you want with a 20-year-old woman? Because if I came to you, BLB, and you a 50-year-old dude, and you like, I like 20-year-old gals, then I'm like, well, why you ain't hanging out with 20-year-old niggas? See, you don't want to be around 20-year-old niggas because you know what that mindset is like. Her being a female doesn't change anything. She might be a little bit more mature than an average 20-year-old dude, but ain't no 20-year-old woman act like no 50-year-old woman or no 40-year-old one because she doesn't have that lived experience. So, nor should she. She doesn't have that lived experience. So the reality is, so I always question, like, legally, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do or say about it legally. But I always would wonder why. And then I always tell my guys, it's like, you know how they say, don't play with fire? Yeah, just because you can do something, don't mean it's a good idea to do it. There's a lot of things in life we can do that if you just, I'm like, why not stay as far away on the right side of the line than the wrong side? When you know these niggas looking for any excuse under the sun to want to sit there and take away our freedom. Come on. They want to take away our freedom at the drop of a hat anywhere and let some little emotional young gal get mad because you didn't give her something on a particular day and say some shit any particular way. And then everybody's going to be 10 times quick to believe her. So I just think it's reckless and stupid on the older person's part not to protect themselves. But they are well within their right to do it. But if I see a really old motherfucker with a young girl, I see a motherfucker with leaning towards, not saying I have any evidence of it, because I don't have any evidence of it. But if somebody later on came and told me that they was fucking with somebody underage, why would I be surprised? If you was 60 with a 20-year-old girlfriend, somebody come back and say you was with a 17-year-old, what's the fucking difference?
I think it's for me, Rico, I get your point and I understand it fully, and I feel some of your sentiment, right? But here is where I lie on this issue, like fully. I'm gonna give you everything from A to B.
Okay.
When it's legal, there's nothing more to be said about it. Whether how you feel don't matter, how I feel don't matter. It's legal, it's legal. We do things that skirt the law. We go out to a bar, we go out to Applebee's. We get the 2 for $20 because we trying to budget ourselves on that date. We have a drink. We get in the car. We drive. That's illegal. We're already above one. We're already above the. Have a couple of drinks. We're already above. We drive. Which is
like exactly where I was gonna come back on. It's like niggas give a fuck about the law. We make the law.
Right.
The law isn't the thing that's making them. That's why I said they will skirt that line because they don't give a fuck about the law. As far as, like you said, the drinking and driving and everything else.
Let me land the plane though, because there's more. More that's going ride on your side.
Okay.
It'll ride both sides.
It'll land where it lands. But go ahead.
A 50-year-old man wanting a younger woman. Sometimes in some situations, you just meet somebody that you like. Again, we're talking about women outside of the United States. These women in some of these countries already have lived several lifetime experiences before the age of 14, 15. Rico, that's just the case. I can show you many cases. I can introduce y'all to folks that have been through so much shit in their life.
Trauma.
And some trauma, some life experiences, and have already 4 or 5 kids at the age of 15, 16.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying that I condone that because I don't. I'm talking about men in their 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s dating women in their early 20s. And I mean early 20s between 20 and 25, right? I don't technically have a problem with it. When I see it, do I frown upon it? Do I look? Yeah, that's just a natural reaction. But we have to remember, We are in 2025. We are not that far removed when marriages were arranged to younger women. We're not that far removed in the United States. So it was on the books. I think when was the actual law that you had to?
Yeah. It used to be older motherfuckers with young girls.
With younger women.
We legally changed it because we saw the era of that.
Well,
that's
hold
why.
on.
Go ahead.
We're the only there is a handful of countries that have those laws on the books.
Right.
Handful. Around the world collectively. No, we're not the only one.
Okay.
But around the world globally, those practices are still happening today
in a lot of places.
In countries and a lot of places that we do business with, because the United States wants to be a moral police. There are atrocities happening with people that we deal with on a regular basis, right? And we pick out Iran, but that's a different subject. There are things that happen on a daily basis to women, or marriages that are arranged with younger women. So I can't argue that. There are families behind some of these women that have no absolute, when your father and your mother sit there, have no absolute problem, nor should I. So what I'm saying is, now here is where I want to give you this bit of information, because I'm with you. If I see it, I don't like to see it. But if my daughter brings home a man that's 60 years old, number one, there's a problem in my parenting skills. Number two, I got to see to it what his motives is with my daughter. And I have to let him know that what we have here is a gun line, boss. And if I ever hear that my daughter has some issues, you're going to have to meet the gun line. There is no warning. I'm shooting you in the face. That's it. And I will serve my time happily. Thank God that I don't have a daughter. Now, there's the last part. This is where the plane touches the ground. We hover. We just seen multiple women over the age of 40 pray and have babies by young NBA players 22, 24, 26. You have to keep the same energy for those women, and you have to have the same detachment and gross what is it, grossity? What, how do you say that?
Yeah. You should hey
you should keep the same energy with those women. You got in the last 10 years, you're seeing all these pictures and mugshots of teachers cracking down and giving the cheeks up to these young students. But a man of 50, 60, marrying a woman within legal age should not be frowned upon when you got women bypassing all of this eggplant out here that she could actually get for these young kids. It's absurd and it's disgusting, because those women actually groom those kids. Those women actually are predators. I was about to say the word. So I am not advocating for it. I'd rather you be around somebody that understands your age, but sometimes it is what it is.
I absolutely agree, and I absolutely do feel like equally that older women with young men, like you said, the Drea and I think the kid name is
Joy Taylor,
or me personally, I'd have the women in my life, we putting pause on them old bitches, period. Now I can't as a man, but you have women, you're supposed to protect your brood, so the older women should be in the young man's ass about fucking with them old gals in the same way that the older man should be in that, the men in the family should be in the older men ass for fucking with them young girls. We've always had situations like they talked about R. Kelly hanging out at high schools and shit. You know what I'm saying? Now we do have the issue.
He was out there at recess.
Right. So you do have the issue of older women, but I don't think it's there's no excuse for it. It's not even close in numbers to the numbers of older guys. Again, I'm not arguing the legalness of it. I am not. It is 1,000% legal. You can marry the motherfucker. You can do whatever you want. I could care less. Not that I could care less. It's nothing I can do about it. So I see it. I just don't like it. I can tell you this: it can't ever be any of mine, because it's just not even flying with me. My daughter can't come to me talking about, Daddy, I love this old motherfucker. Well, you about to be a widow. Because I'm just not.
Let me ask you though.
I can't accept it.
What would be if you? This is hypothetical. This is a question for you, and you can
tell me.
Shut up and mind my business.
None of that.
If your daughters, one of your daughters, was to date an older man, because I particularly think I don't want. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't want her with anybody around her age. I want her with. I need some space.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
more mature man, right?
Right, but
What
I'm
would be
talking
the age gap for
within
you?
reason. I'm talking about within reason.
That's
I'm
what I
not
that's what I
talking
was
about
asking. What's
a
in reason for you?
25 and a 30-year. A 10-year gap is fine.
Okay.
But we
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
niggas that's 30 with girls that's 20. That's a 40-year gap. You're
Yeah.
talking about multi-generations. And here's the thing of all which there's a term for it. It's called May-December relationships, right? So literally, we do know, right? And so it's funny. You see a huge number of these May-December relationships, especially when niggas go overseas. Because you don't have a lot of them here stateside. Because generally, if you do have it stateside, you know what it is? Somebody that's just obscenely wealthy, right? He's a billionaire. Yeah, he got a 20-year-old chick. She ain't really fucking with nobody that old. She fucking with somebody that rich. Remember the chick that married the billionaire Anna, what's the little blonde stripper? Nicole Smith, right? And she had the 80-year-old billionaire.
Yeah,
So again, that motherfucker was 80. He was in a wheelchair and all this other shit. Died.
He was the crib keeper.
Yeah. So the whole freaking point is those relationships anywhere in the world generally don't last, even among the rich, because usually the chick will be with him long enough to get a bag, get a payday, and she's gonna bounce. So those relationships, those marriages globally have a very high failure rate, probably like in the 90-something%. So I think it's just even dumb mathematically because it's usually fun. It's a fling. I'm like, yeah, you want to bust him down. I ain't arguing that. Why do the whole relationship thing that it is almost guaranteed to fail? There is not a long laundry list of relationships of a 40-year gap that are successful. And even when you see it on the island, they just waiting on his ass to die. The same thing in the Philippines, the same thing in Thailand. They pushing them niggas to the graveyard. They pushing them to the graveyard, trying to speed up their demise so they can get their money and just move the fuck on. And then what you'll see is the next relationship, now that they got the bag, they're with somebody closer in age. It's like, come on, man. So I only said that because, like I said, that if it's not illegal, so I can't argue the legality of it. It just don't even make any damn sense. And to be honest with you, the older person is the bigger fool. Because I'm like, you about to get left. They not sticking with you. So even when dudes talk about, oh, you get a young, I'm like, yes, that young chick is going to stick around to a point, but your old motherfucking ass got an expiration date. And she probably out there still getting it busted wide open because you can't give it to them like they want to or like they used to. So why you even want to do that to yourself? I always say the older person is the one that's more foolish in this situation, but
I wouldn't. I'm 40 plus. Would I date somebody in their 20s? Yeah, but you got to be like 28, 29. That's as low as I could go for me. I can't do anymore. Number one, there's certain things. For me, it's like this. I know myself, Rico.
Yep.
If I'm sitting at home and I want to throw on a jam, or I want to listen to some old school music and I got to explain to her who that is, that's crazy for me. It's wild work for me. But I can't just knock somebody else that, this old dude.
And then we get to a phase where I ain't trying to be in the club no fucking more. How am I supposed to tell somebody 20 why you always want to go to the club? Because she fucking 20, nigga. Why you think? The same reason why you was in there when you was 20 and 25. You was in the club. I was in the club not every weekend, every day, all the way up through my 30s. I was in the club every night. So what do I look like? She always want to go to the club. Yeah, motherfucker, you pick somebody down there in the club genre. You know that you can't do that shit. Or what do you look like? I'm gonna go to the club with you. Now you're gonna take your old ass in the club looking stupid. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that.
So you saying they 60 years old out there doing this?
Yeah.
They out in the club doing that, Rico?
Wait, my point is, it's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And that girl, it's the reality. Ain't no whole lot of young baddies with an old soul. So I mean, it's just foolish. But even getting back to what we were talking about with what happened in the spot, that's just all born out of like right now. What I heard, like everybody in the space is they eating off of what happened, right? I've always predicted and seen this coming, because it was to me, and I don't even think it really has anything to do with the brothers up there. I'm like, y'all was up there being niggas on a gold mine. Sasua is a gold mine. Y'all don't have the money to dig for the gold and to develop it. I just think that there are powers that be that said, hey, we need to gentrify that area. Because I tell people, I agree, Sasua ain't going no fucking where. It's $1 billion profit, but it won't be a $1 billion profit with y'all up there doing what y'all doing. It just won't.
To be fair, and I'm not playing. I'm not. Would you call me counsel?
Yeah, counsel. Come on, counselor.
To be fair, I'm not going to. I had this conversation with my brother, and we drove around. We was around St. Louis. We was around Cincinnati. We were seeing the areas that, had issues, right? And so you can talk to your blue in the face, but if the people of that place, for instance, the people of Sasua, the people of St. Louis, Cincinnati,
don't want to change,
if they ain't putting into it, then it is going to be what it is, and they have to actually want change. So before we go down there, I want to address what I heard versus what's the truth, because you did a little bit more research than me. So when it initially started, it was a police officer got robbed and drugged, and he had connections, and he made the call, and they went apeshit for him. Now, you said that they wouldn't do that. Depends. It could happen, but that police officer has to have some major connections, right? Like some major connections to like the president or colonel.
3 days in a row, too. Now, it's 3 days in a row.
You would have to have major connections. Now, Mr. Flip Flop got on and he said, this happens all the time. Right. I'm in the school of, this happens all the time. And it happens all the time. So people run. This is 4 years now. People run. Sasua's dead. How many? We can Google Sasua dead videos, right?
Right, but we're not talking about the Sasua dead. We're talking about that raid, because I've never heard. I only been to Sasua once. I've never heard of them raiding places like that on that level or on that scale. And several people who are up there, live there, have been there definitively. Maybe not as long as Flip Flop have said that it's never been rated to that scale. I've heard them every year. Sasua did. So they say that because it's ugly bitches up there. Okay, they ugly now. It's dead. They'll say it for any kind of reason. Oh, the food prices is too expensive. It's dead because they charging too much. But I'm just looking at the police action that occurred on that scale. One, I do not believe it was because of no fucking non-Dominican cop at all. That is just unfucking believable. 3 days, but and like I said, I don't live there. I haven't been there, so I can't say. He definitely came out and said that it. I mean, now one thing I would question. He said, which I don't think he can say any more than I can, that these raids were going on all around the country, and I see no evidence of that shit occurring nowhere else. Because it certainly ain't happening in Punta Cana. I can tell you that for a motherfucking fact. And I haven't seen any evidence of those type of raids occurring in Santo Domingo on that scale. Yeah, they have their little bullshit inspections. They do that always. But, he made it seem like, oh, they're just doing this everywhere, all the way around the country. I was like, why? If what they was investigating for, which was human trafficking, and they had did an investigation that showed evidence that it was occurring, which is why they led to the raid. If they did investigations in other places and they didn't have any evidence of it, why would they raid them? Why would they do that? So again, I think it comes down to the fact that, as they said in the other articles, they had been, and which basically what that means is they done had Dominican snitches up there, because it ain't no American. It's probably some Americans that's going in there playing the customer and fucking around, finding out, hey, you got any young girls? Because them niggas, will do that. I've been in Santo Domingo where Dominican run up to me asking me, "Do I want any young girls?" I'm like, "Fuck no, man, get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, you don't
But
have
if
to
I
ask.
wanted,
You don't have to ask over there for it.
right,
It's
but
either there or it's not.
if I wanted to work with the authorities, I could play along with it, and now I can go back to the authorities and say, "Yeah, get that nigga, or get her, or get whatever." So I know they got Dominicans doing it too. So I just think that they just ran a good undercover, got enough information, and then they did their raids. So the only thing that I would call out specifically was him making the notion or implying that what happened in Sosua is happening everywhere else because there's no evidence of that.
Well, it
But as
is
far
happening.
as
It was happening in Medellin, and that's a
yeah,
fact.
that's a whole nother country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole nother country. And
It's
it happened in Medellin for the very same fucking reasons. There was a bunch of goddamn minors and a bunch of drug users and a bunch of unaliving that was going on for the very same reason. So
yeah, and a bunch of minors running around in that,
yeah.
which always makes me sick when there's minors involved and there's tourists around. It just makes me sick. But
Right.
I think here's what irritates me when people do things, right? Police raid our house. Me and you live together. They raid our house.
Okay.
Police got us outside talking to us, questioning us. We in cuffs, and then the first thing me and you do is, yeah, but them other Negroes over there. Nah, just worry about it's happening to you. I'm not worried about nobody else. I'm in my situation. I think every time you hear something that happens in a country or someone says, well, it happens over there too. And I think that's crazy that people, it's kind of like a deflection. Mm-hmm. Or maybe, some people have businesses in those areas and they kind of want to protect their foot traffic in this business. If you start hearing this starts happening, it could affect your tourism too. So I get that part. And I think listen, if something happens and it's on me, I got to hold that. I got to take that. Mm-hmm. If it's in my area, yeah, this is happening, but they're playing it. Look, don't stop your trip. We still good over here like this. But I think when people start deflecting to other countries, it's just weird to me. It's just weird. It's a weird dynamic to me. You feel me? But you hear all these stories about what it was and what it wasn't and what it is. And then what these artists, that page, what's that page again? What's that page that you said had it? Dominican Today?
Zona Norte TV.
Yeah, and Dominican Today, right? That will tell you what really is going on, right? Let me see. Let me search the sewer and see.
Yeah, so go to Dominican Today and pull it up so people can see the page. So they don't have to take it from me or you. I'm like, the information's out there. And then pull it up and share it so they can see it on Dominican Today.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Right there.
And share it. I want people to see it and let them know that it ain't coming from me.
I'm not trying to add these. I don't want these cookies, man. Let me see if I can just deny these cookies. I don't want the cookies, bro. Here it is. Operation Atlantico targets human trafficking and exploration in Sosua. So here's the article. I'll put the link in the chat so people can read up on it and figure out really, because there were so many things. Well, this is happening. Everybody saying this, and that. So here's what I did, Rico. Here's what I did when I heard about this happening, right? I didn't even research it. I went straight to the Dominicans I know that live in Sosua, and I asked questions. And I said, what's going on? And at first, they didn't want to talk about it. Number one, the two girls that I was talking to, they lived there, and they didn't want to talk about it because she said this to me. Oh, that's something that I don't know about. I'm not in that life, right? She thought it was like the working girl life. She said, I'm not in that life. I said, yo, just come on. Because they always gonna lie and say they don't do something. So boom. Then after a while, I said, I heard this happen. And then she started to open up and say, well, this is going on, right? And she basically told me this is exactly what we're seeing right now. And so
right.
It's just weird, the information that you get. Now these guys, these guys went on this. You said Razor Rays was on last night. I didn't see it.
Mhm.
Anybody else? I didn't see it. What exactly were they saying that happened?
Well, Razor was going down with the stories and the videos, and then the guy Flit Dr came on. He had a bunch of videos, and they was basically saying for the most part, a lot of people they were arguing back and forth about the reasoning. Of course, somebody brought up the silly story about the police, but most people don't believe that because that just belies logic as to why they would do all that because some police officer got robbed of 10 racks, which makes no sense. Um,
Unless they getting some of that.
yeah, but if they get the 10 racks, they're gonna keep all of it. You know what I'm saying? Some of it, they're
That's a
gonna keep
fact.
all of it. And
That's
then
a
it
fact.
wouldn't take them 3 days, because if they didn't find it after the first day, they ain't gonna find it on the second day because whoever took it is gone. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't get it the first day, you can forget about the second day or the third day. They ain't sticking around with it. It's gone.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I said all that is too far fetched and stupid. Um, so they went with that. I mean, they started coming up with all these Negro conspiracies. Oh, it's the president. He owns classical, all kinds of dumb shit. And I'm like, the one undeniable argument, which they don't want to accept, is the fact, like I said, they told me, I'm like, this is textbook gentrification. If you look at how they did Harlem in New York, anywhere where they gentrify, what they generally want to do is they want to depress property values. So that's why you see, like, whether it was in Baltimore, any urban area, they depress values. Like you said, most of the people up there are renters, very few owners. The first step is the evidence is the renovation of the beach. So they tore down all of those I forgot what they called them, little shitty shacks, and they started building the new plaza for better businesses. I'm like, that's the handwriting on the wall of what's to come. They didn't do that for the existing clientele and people that are there because what they had was sufficient. They did it to create, and they said that the business, they wanted more tourist developed. If I said this once, I said it 1,000 times. The golden tourist ain't a nigga. It is a husband, a wife, and 2 children. What guys that go to Sasua don't understand is they don't have a tourist taxable footprint. So, in other words, when they go up there, I'm like, your spending habits, which is probably 80% on chicas, none of that shit is taxable. The government gets none of that. The government want tourists who do things, businesses, excursions, restaurants, hotels, all of those are tax generators. The government get a piece of the pie for everything you do. So a husband, a wife, and 2 kids come up to Sasua, they're gonna spend five, six, $7,000 in a week. They're going on excursions. They're buying all kinds of bullshit trinkets. They're eating out at restaurants. They're not eating off the food truck, okay? Because the food truck don't pay taxes. They remember a lot of the bullshit businesses in the DR cheat on taxes. Who doesn't cheat on taxes are the reputable hotels, the reputable restaurants. That's what the golden tourist is: a husband, wife, and 2 kids. Whenever they travel anywhere, they spend and they leave a taxable footprint. I'm like, you whoremongers don't. You don't. Y'all come over there. Y'all might be 8 to a room, and a room that's maybe $500 a night, and the person in the Airbnb gonna say he rented it out for $50 a night, so he pushed it underneath the taxable threshold. It's 80 you niggas in there, and y'all fucking around with a bunch of damn $40, $50 chicas. That's how they do. That's how you know how they rolling.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't
The
know.
the NYC the NYC, the Milano, the J Rellos, you know how they rolling. You know
I
how
don't
they.
know. I've never traveled with those guys, but I do hear
I
things.
never
I
traveled
do
with them,
hear
but they put everything up online. I see the places that they stay at. I'm like, come on, come on. So,
Oh
so I
man.
mean, and to each his own, they do whatever they want. But what I'm sitting there saying is the government can't make no money off of them. So when they always hollering about, the economy gonna go down, maybe those businesses will. But the Dominican government ain't losing no money because you motherfuckers wasn't paying the government no money. Y'all were not doing things to generate enough taxes. So what they want to do is they want y'all replaced with people that will come through that they can tax the fuck out of. So they don't want what is it, the little shitty New Garden or the some of the other hotels. They want some Marriott's and some Hiltons and some, because I think it's a beautiful place. I loved the beach when I was up there. It's a fucking gold mine.
It is.
It
And
is
I'll never dispute that. It is. Let me read these comments real quick. We only got a few though.
Go ahead.
I don't QT in the building. Salute. I don't have an opinion as long as they're legal of age. Shout out to QT. You'd probably feel different if you didn't have daughters, but I feel you, Rico. They ain't messing with you.
Yeah.
Uncle Krusty. One is legal and the other isn't. I hear that. JC in the building. Salute. David in the building. I needed you last week, man. People do what they do. Our job is to do what we do. Whatever goes around will come around. That's tough. Karma. That's tough. Your little daughter gonna be. Never mind. Whoever these guys is engaging in that activity. You definitely gotta have some common ground with a female. Younger chicas are too hard to keep up with. I mean, that's the link for the article. T Makes in the building. Salute to my brother in the building. Missed you, bro. TF said, how often does that husband, wife, and 2 children travel? Not as much as the solo traveler. Rico, this is something, I got my opinion on this. What's your
argument? Let me tell you why that argument falls flat on its face. I readily will agree if you talk about number of trips. Okay, so here's the reality. Let's say a husband, wife, and 2 kids certainly takes at least 1 trip a year, maybe 2, right? But what they spend on that 1 trip will exceed that solo traveler by maybe 4 to 5 trips. Okay, what do you see a lot of solo? One of the biggest solo travelers right now in the space is, would you agree, is Ace Live? Would you agree that Ace Live, right?
Say that again. What's the question?
Would you agree that Ace Live is one of the biggest solo travelers in the space?
He's one of the biggest, yeah.
Yeah, and travels the most. 90% of the time.
No, Sly probably travels the most.
Okay, well, outside of your guy Sly. But even your guy Sly, who thank you for turning me on to, you know what they do? They spend a lot of time in fucking hostels.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. So even I watched this Iceland video. Sly is not a huge taxable footprint because he's
in and out.
And
yeah, he's in and out.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys is that the government want people who generate tax revenue. Solo travelers make a very small imprint on generating tax revenue. Sly will tell you, this, because I watched this video when I'm like, he's walking a lot. He ain't doing a whole bunch of car rentals. Okay. How many times do those solo fucking travelers rent cars? Never. That husband, wife, and 2 kids, they're always renting cars. They're renting cars. They're not staying in Airbnbs and fucking hostels. They're staying in hotels. They're eating at sit-down restaurants. They're going on excursions. I'm not saying that no solo traveler does it, but by comparison, when that husband, wife, and kids go, they do that. It's just that simple. It's undeniable. So again, you can never, ever, and that's why if you look at any travel agency, any government, they will tell you that's the golden tourist. They watch people's tourist habits. It's the husband, the wife, and 2 kids. It is. Solo travelers, how often do the percentage of the time that they do excursions? Not much. The father who take his wife and kids got to do fucking excursion 2-3 a day to keep the kids occupied. He's got to buy every fucking trinket he sees Solo Traveler not doing that. Absolutely not. And then they're very budget conscious. And that's well within their right. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But I'm just sitting there saying, is as a government, I don't care about your cheap ass. I care about that husband with the wife and the 2 kids that's spending a bunch of money. There's a reason why Disney is a fucking $1 trillion company. You know,
imagine if they invested in the suit. Imagine if they invested in the suit. That would be crazy. What you think about that, Rico? Imagine if Disney invested in the suit. That would be wild. Because they already got the boat. They already got the up in the North Coast. They got where the ships come in and drop off people. Yeah. Imagine if that would be wild. Jay Meezy in the building. Salute, says what's up to the chat. Me and you, Rico. Yeah. You know we in the building. Me and Rico.
I'm just sitting there saying is I love Solo Travelers. I'm just sitting there saying is what they did. They didn't. To be honest with you, I don't think the brothers. The only thing that I would find fault directly what the brothers did up in the Sioux was the publicizing of what they were doing, which they should have just never did.
That wasn't the brothers first. That was Cuba Dave, wasn't it first?
Yeah, but that was I don't think which he was the first one, but he didn't put the shit on steroids.
No,
they put it on steroids.
Your cousin did that. What's your cousin's name? Taylor May.
That old bastard. Yeah, they put it on steroids, and then
shout out to Taylor.
And then in putting it on steroids, they showed the worst of what they were doing, which I was like, y'all should have never showed that. What the fuck would y'all show that for? I ain't talking about the chicas. I mean the cheating the chicas and breaking shit and
yeah, that's not. I won't put that on Taylor's name, but it did happen. Let me to answer TF's question. The husband and wife. Yeah, you're right. The economic footprint of a family traveling now. Will how often they travel? That really doesn't matter, and here's why: because that family, there's families all around the world. There's Russians that travel to the Dominican Republic. There's Europeans, Canadians, all that, right? So it would stay full year round because some seasons we got different seasons. There's Hispanics or Latinos that will travel to certain areas.
Here's the crazy part about it is you have a lot of Dominican families that would travel up there multiple times a year, but they don't because of the reputation of the place right now. You have Dominican families that come into Punta Cana 4 and 5 times a year, husband, wife, and 2 kids, 4 and 5 times a year, because it's in their country. They don't have to leave the fucking country. They jump in the car and they drive to Punta Cana. They would drive to Sosua, which would be a more viable option for them, but they're not going up there now.
Well, here's a question.
It is.
I hate to. I'm gonna get back to y'all comments, brothers, to Brother Travelmatic, but to piggyback off of that, what would children do in the Sioux? If you know what I mean, what would there be to do?
Right now, the way it is, nothing. I'm saying I'm envisioning after the place is gentrified. Right now, it's a horse paradise. So it's a non-conversation the way it is. I wouldn't let my dog go up there, much less my kids.
He said this family, let me read Travelmatic's comment. They need to just put those girls in brothels and then they can tax them, get them off the streets and BLB. And BLB can still have it. Come on, man.
But I think isn't that the brothels? Here's the thing, brothels are illegal in the DR. That's the thing. That's the illegal. It's weird because prostitution is legal, but the pimping and brothels, which I guess they associate brothels with pimping, is the illegal part. So in other words, I think the way it's set up is while a woman can sell herself, what's illegal is a third party making money off of that. So if you're a pimp, you making money off of it. If you're a brothel owner, you making money off of it. But her just doing it of her own accord is legal. So they would have to change the law. But brothels are illegal in the DR. So they, until they change the law, they can't. If they did do the brothel, but I think most of the hoes will still stay on the street because they ain't gonna want to pay. You know what I'm saying?
Brother TF says the family does not spend more money than me and 2 or 3 of my travel buddies together.
I would say this, brother TF.
You tripping, Rico.
I would say this, brother TF, with all due respect, you don't know every family. Because I know plenty of families that will outspend you and 2, 3 of your travel buddies. That's, but I mean, I get it. I mean, if you're in the upper crust of the solo travelers, there are some in the upper crust, but that ain't most solo travelers is what I'm saying. And it certainly isn't most solo travelers going to the Soo. The Soo is for overall is considered for budget conscious travelers to begin with. They consider it training wheels and budget conscious. Even the box is budget, right? Am I kidding, BLB? It's budget.
I mean, you can find it. There's some high price. There's some high price.
Yeah, but they up there.
Over there.
They up there generally. All I hear them crying about is, oh man, it should be no more than 2,000, 3,000 pesos. That's $50. That's $50. 3,000 pesos. So
that's a good price. $20 is a good price, Rico.
Okay. So if that's the type of traveler that's going there, ain't 3 of them doing shit. I spend more than that going to the bar for an hour. Okay. So if you telling me you and 3 other niggas spending 3,000 pesos, no, you can't outspend me, much less my family. And that's all I'm sitting there saying. So I won't disagree. I'm not saying this is not to diminish solo travelers. Solo travelers should travel. They should travel to Punta Cana, travel to Santo Domingo, travel to Santiago. All I'm sitting there saying is what they were doing in the Soo, in particular, the worst of the budget travelers put a less than favorable light on the place. And because they did, I think to me, it makes I think it just really is coming down to gentrification. And no man stands in the way of progress or of a particular place deciding that they're going to want to upscale. And if they want to, they're going to do it. Y'all be damned. Ain't nothing here at the end of the day, TF, unless you and your 3 mans are Dominican, they don't give a fuck about y'all. Y'all not Dominican. We're not Dominican. So what would we look like going over there saying, lead the Soo like it is? We can't say anything. We can't say nothing. Not one thing. How do we sit there and go and put our footprint? Oh man, this is our spot. No, ain't none of that shit ours. That's the mistake I think some of them dudes make is niggas been talking about the Willies run the Soo and all kinds of silly shit like that. I'm like, you niggas really think y'all own the Soo? You don't. You don't.
So Rico, there's some telltale signs of gentrification. And from what I'm seeing, it seems like the Dominican government is not completing the signs of gentrification. They'll do certain things that will mimic some signs of gentrification, but then they'll stop. And that's been the history of the Soo.
But here's the thing. If you study gentrification, even in the United States and other cities around the world, it's a long-term project. People expecting like Harlem didn't gentrify overnight. That shit took about a decade or two. It's like a 10 to 15-year process. What they did is before they gentrified it, they made certain that all of the property values were depressed. Because remember, when they go to gentrify, usually it'll be boarded up and empty. And they will allow prostitution, drug use, all sorts of crime, because all those things are that drive down the property values. When the property values are depressed enough, then all of a sudden what they'll do is developers will be buying properties that people don't even know was sold. So say a business got sold and you didn't even know it was sold. So there might be a developer. You could just use Flip Flop for a second. It could be his bar and say maybe all those bars down the street could get bought, and no one never knows it's bought by a particular developer. It's just they'll buy it, and developers will buy it. I'll buy it from you, BLB, and then lease it back to you. Oh yeah, let me buy your bar, and I'm gonna lease it back to you for X amount of dollars. And they because they have so much money, they sit on it before they're ready to engage. And then what they're doing is behind the scenes, they're talking to the government. So they're talking to the government in Santo Domingo, and they're talking about, you know, infrastructure projects that's coming up, new laws that's going to come into place. They're talking about all that. All those shop owners ain't talking to nobody in Santo Domingo about dick. But you better believe, because they said the Hard Rock is up there. I'm like, if you think the Hard Rock went up there and spent $1 and didn't have a long-term plan, you're fucking nuts. You're fucking crazy. Oh, the Hard Rock ain't gonna. I said, yes, they are. They're not looking to me. This is 2025. Tell me what Sosua looks like in 2035. I bet you won't believe it. And that's gentrification. Gentrification is not a short-term thing. They have a grand vision. And people sit there like, have you been to Punta Cana, BLB?
Yes.
I'm like, that was like a 40-year project. I was like, that y'all act like that shit was built up in a day. That was like 40 years in the making. It started with a fucking airstrip in the woods, in the jungle. That was a 40-year project. And the guy, Frank Ranieri, who was the guy who went to work for them with Ted killing them for free, he worked for free. They have a vision of what the original name of Punta Cana was Drunkard's Point. They had a vision, and based on their vision, now granted that was easier because they just bought all the land, but it's years in the making. So I'm like, yeah, and what I do think that this raid does is it does a couple of things. It creates a precedent, so later on, when they start to come back and they start to, like you said, with the consistency of running the girls out over and over and over, people can't say, well, they never done this before. I'm like, yeah, they have. Yes, they have. The precedent's already been laid. And then what makes it even easier for them to come back and do it even more and more and more, BLB, you in Ohio, well, they've already proven that there's drug use up there, there's human trafficking up there, there's child exploitation up there, there's prostitution up there. They already have a history of it being here that they've proven. So now they can do what the fuck they want, all in the name of preventing it from happening, because they found
it's really a Hard Rock in Sosua.
Yeah, the Hard Rock has bought something up there. I don't think they built anything yet.
I'm seeing. I don't know how accurate this is, but this I'm showing you what I'm seeing.
Well, that's what they told me. I haven't seen anything. No, I believe them based on them telling me that.
You see that? It looks like to me it's already there.
But you know what that is? That's the restaurant.
Okay.
That's not the hotel. Hey, that's the restaurant. That's different than the hotel.
Something's
and resort. That's just so when you see cafe, that's just the restaurant.
All right.
Yeah, because they have it down in Punta Cana. The restaurant is separate from the resort.
I agree with you. If you don't own anything or live there, you really don't have a say-so, which is true.
You don't.
From my experience, a lot of chicas in DR have daddy issues.
I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree 100% with that.
David said they have nothing to replace the women with. That's tough.
Yeah, but I think the whole driving the chicas out is to drive the businesses out, and basically, so in other words, right? So here's the thing, right? Because they've done this here in DC before. Business be like, oh, I'm not gonna sell, and I'm like, okay. I look at like gentrification is just like the same thing with like a RICO. The best deal that's made is the first nigga that sell. The last one gets fucked because it's all about leverage. Okay. So when there's leverage, you can get more. When you lose leverage, you get less. So if you're the last shop owner to sell on the block, you're not going to get the same that the first shop owner got. You're going to get much less because what they're going to do is they're going to, so far, the longer you hold on trying to get more, is the more that they're going to, you got to watch what are your property values doing. And if you watch the market, you'll see the property values going down, especially as others. So you got a bunch of shops on the street, 10, 1 through 9 sell, they all close up. So now you the one shop owner on an abandoned row. How much you think your shit worth now? You got no more comps. There are no more viable business because they've actually shuttered all of them. And then they sat there and that's what they, but I'm like, guys, we live in America, especially if you black living in America. What city that y'all haven't seen this shit happen? Chicago, Pittsburgh. What major urban city do you Negroes live that you have not seen them gentrify a neighborhood?
St. Louis, not yet.
Shit. They've done it to plenty of neighborhoods. Well, all of a sudden, you will see a neighborhood go from previously majority, minority owned. All of a sudden, now it gets gentrified. And guess what? New residents come in. They built more new upscale apartments and homes. And now, all of a sudden, what do the residents look like? They look like your fucking shirt. You see what I'm saying? That's the play. Because the developers know, look, oh, we're replacing all these niggas. We know what we're about to put out here. And then, I've seen them take apartments in a building. They'll take a building that had 10 apartments in it, right? Gut it, refab it, right? Now, they had 10 residents in there paying $500 a month rent for 15 years, right? Didn't really upkeep it, none of that. Finally got their ass out. They'll gut those 10 apartments into 4 luxury units, sell them $1 million a piece. 1.5, 2 million. When they were previously collecting, they had 10. Yeah, but you were collecting $500 a month. You wasn't making any money off of it. So that's what they do with all these major. That's why you see all those brownstones in Brooklyn, Harlem, all that. I was like, they were run down. They used to be prostitutes, drug addicts, shootings, gangs hanging out in the building. Now look at them. It's insane. But there's a whole different group of people in there. But in order for them to have gotten that property, they had to depress the values. We use all our corner stores. They depress the values. They push the values down, come in, buy it, fix it up, sell it to white folks. That's what's going to happen. That's what's happening to the suit.
I mean,
you still here, bro?
I would. I would hope. Well, I'm not hoping. I could care less what they do over there. But if that's the position that they're gonna do, they're gonna have to show me. Here's how I would do it. If I was the governor or whatever. That strip where the restaurants and stuff's at, I build a police station right there, an annex or something like that right there.
For what?
Keep the traffic off the streets because that's where they be at. Those girls walk around the streets.
But eventually all that area is going to be.
Well, that's the first step. That would be the first step to try to get away that traffic, right? And then when you start seeing that, people start going away, then we start, little by little putting in businesses, buying up businesses, putting attractions in there, tourist attractions and stuff like that.
Some of them will be businesses, some of them will be residents. It'll be mixed use. It may be condos that they're going to start to build there and sell. You know what I'm saying? Not like I said, what is the high end so far up there is Casa Linda and Sosua Ocean Village are the 2 high ends, right?
Yeah, I don't know none of that.
I think those are the 2 ones you hear about the most, that I hear about the most up there. That's more upscale. And I think they're looking at places of trying to put And because it's in town, they're going to do more condos than villas. So I'm like, they're going to knock down some of them old hotels and they're going to put condos because here's the one thing that is also undeniable. And thank you, Karan, like you said, a little Haiti in Miami, prime real estate. It's like they're taking that shit. And it's called Little Haiti right now for a reason because there's probably a bunch of fucking Haitians in there. They got to go. They got to go. They're going to find a way to displace their ass and then which is kind of a fool's errand in Miami with it sinking, period. But I kind of get it. It's still prime real estate because here's the thing: Sosua, like Miami, like everywhere else, waterfront property is the most expensive property you have. When you own that fucking water, it is money. Why they would leave that prime water real estate in a state of disrepair like it is, there is no way um, nobody's not. I just think that up until this point, the only thing that I think developers have held off on taking it from before is, like they said, they've had a lot of infrastructure issues up there. Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
they
so.
are. Yeah, that I agree with Tip. I think most of those people they're just renting. They're just renting. No, I think the silent owners are waiting to sell, but they're going to sell to the developers. You know what I'm saying? The people that's coming in with tens of millions of dollars. Because to be honest with you, who's trying to buy those businesses for long money? What business you want to buy on the strip in Sosua? Like I think they talk about Classical. I don't know how much money the guy put into renovating it to get it ready to open back up, but I don't think your return on investment is going to be that high. What business can I put in there that the return on investment is going to be great? Because most of the clientele that come, the demographic of the patrons
A
right
strip
now in
club.
Sosua are cheap. Most of them niggas are cheap. They just are. You know what I'm saying? And you can't make them be less cheap. They just are. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Come on, that's the high point. Yeah. So then they know what they're doing. But and that's what you do as a business. Like they said, when you do a market survey, you look in the area. Think about it. You do a market survey in Sosua. What do you think that data gonna come back and tell you about the average patron? How much they're willing to spend per night? You know what I'm saying? On a hotel, on a restaurant meal, on a bar tab. Most of them, I'm not saying there are none. You got gyms everywhere. But most of them just are not going to want to go out there and drop a bag. That's just not the type of guys um that go there. Supposedly mostly what I hear is, and I saw it when I went up there. I wouldn't really call it camaraderie. That's the thing that they all lean into calling it. Oh, the brotherhood, the camaraderie. I'm like, whatever. I just seen a bunch of niggas getting drunk, chasing chicas. Um, so I don't call that bullshit no camaraderie or brotherhood. It's just niggas like having fun on the strip, walking around, hollering at chicas. Um, but I didn't see no really nice, fine. I didn't see when I was there for 2 days. I didn't see any nice cigar bars. I didn't see any places that had, like really type like, oh, they have live music or nice, music venue. Um, I just saw bars on the strip. Um, uh, I don't know, TF. That in Sosua, I know that I agree with you 1,000%. I think there are some guys there that do spend that $300 a day, and I think there's a few guys that spend more. I don't know if the average person is spending $300 a day because we do, and again, I kind of hate to base it off of YouTubers, but you got YouTubers up there that regularly brag about getting by on less than $100 a day. I don't know how the fuck they do it. Don't want to care to find out. Um, but yeah, absolutely. I believe that there. I mean, hell, I was up there spending more than $300 a day the 2 days I was up there. But that's me. I don't necessarily think, and that's why I would always be careful to say, because like I said, I don't go. If I don't have money to spend, I'm not going to go. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, if my money not right, I'm not taking the trip. I just won't. I'd rather wait until I get my funds right. But I can't say that I've seen that from all the dudes up there or even everywhere I travel. I think some people would travel and don't have their money right. And then a lot of motherfuckers are cheap. They just ain't gonna want to spend. Period. So I don't think the average dude, I would say it's smart to budget that much for yourself, but I don't think the average dude up in Sosua is spending. When you up in the Sioux, you spending $300 a day.
When I was there, hell no, nowhere near that.
So I just that's what I told him. I don't know. I don't see that in Sosua. I think there are some, but
That's crazy. So, all right, Rico,
mhm.
gentrification may be the mode for Sosua, but the necessary evil of Sosua it's a necessary thing. How can we get rid of the necessary thing? What, you know what I mean?
What do you mean? What is the necessary evil? What is the evil?
A place that people can travel to and enjoy themselves and do what they do when they do what they do.
I don't think it's nothing evil about it. It's just like conduct yourself with some goddamn sense.
Well, I mean, you can conduct yourself. There's a lot of men that conduct themselves with sense
Yeah,
and do what they
right.
do.
Yeah, I
But
just think.
if you remove the chicas, then you're removing.
No, I'm not even talking about removing the chicas. I'm talking about guys going up there and when they're choosing to do the things they do, just I just think guys just started doing things, you know, outlandish that just never needed to be. And then I would think that none of this talk would even exist. But they just all this shit was driven by this YouTube clout. That's all this is. All the necessary evil is this shit we sitting on. This is the evil. Niggas having this insatiable thirst to want to be a YouTube celebrity. If you could have removed that, if you could have simply removed that, I mean, it still would get gentrified. So fellas, I would tell you this, whether they did it on YouTube or not, it's prime fucking real estate. Money talks. And that money don't care about none of y'all. So it still would have happened. But I don't think that raid would have happened. So even the stuff that we read in the article, right? So when you start to get into the point of all of the exploitation of minors and men and drug use and all that, that typically happens when you know in an area that you make too hot. So they made Sosua hot. That started happening. So then that attract the bad element. And once you attract the bad element, now you attract the attention of law enforcement and the government. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah, they ain't fucking over here, man.
What's that?
Oh man, let me hit the comment. It's a third world, so they have to build what it is they want to showcase. He's talking about the room, travel, eating, and entertainment for $300 a day. I mean, it depends on. For me, it depends on what entertainment is.
Smart you can for your money.
Spending more because you are able to.
No, but JC, I wouldn't necessarily call it counterproductive. Sometimes, you spend more because that's what you're accustomed to. So in other words, I mean, I could spend less to eat and go get a fucking burger, but if I'm accustomed to eating steak, I want steak. So is it counterproductive because I want steak rather than a burger? So I just think, I'm not saying that you should spend more, but I'm like, if I'm going to eat steak because I'm able to, rather than eating burger because it's less, and I would get a bigger. I'm like, no, fuck that. I want steak. I don't want burger.
Yeah. And that's actually an idea. Like again, if I was running the zoo, I'd solicit some of those high-end restaurants or chain restaurants in the States to come build one down there. Like, it's things that you would see them doing to say, okay, they starting with Hard Rock Cafe, right?
Yeah.
So then the next, and the next, and the next, right? And then put up some miniature golf spots, some go-kart spots, something, family, they got the money to do it. Some of those small little water resorts for the kids and stuff like that. Like that's what I would do.
Well, they attract a different type of clientele.
Yeah.
So you don't get the same type of clientele.
Yeah, you won't have a bunch of half-naked hookers.
But if literally what people telling me, for the most part, and I find it weird because this is all Negroes been doing, is crying about since it hit, is they're just crying about the chicas. So I'm like, so are y'all telling me that's all it was to do up there in the zoo with the chicas? That's it.
That's why you go. Ain't what else is there?
So,
what else you want to do? If you go to a place with a beach and bitches,
so if in fact that's the case, is all it was the chicas, then that says everything. Y'all don't get to keep that shit just for no chicas. Y'all can clap cheeks closer inland. We taking this beachfront. Fuck that shit.
I mean, it is a prime area. I can't even lie to you. It's a prime area.
You think I'm gonna let y'all hold this just because y'all want some cheeks? Y'all can get cheeks in the city. Y'all can take that shit to Puerto Plata or somewhere more inland. And I can take this land and I can make some bread off of it. Ain't no way in hell I'm letting y'all keep that. Are you crazy? No way. So like and what's weird is supposedly, like I said in an earlier article I read, the Sosua Business Association, they're saying they're all for it, and they want it. They are basically asking for gentrification. You go back to that Dominican Day Today newspaper, you'll see an article in there where they said the business owners are asking the government to revitalize the area for tourism. What the hell do you think that means? What do you think that means? If they're asking for him, the government, to come in and to reinvest in making it back into a tourist destination, what do you think they're saying? Gentrify it. That's what they're saying. They're asking for them to gentrify it. Now, does every business want that? No, but the majority of them do.
I've heard the people in those cities ask, or the people in like Los Chirimicos and stuff like that. They say that they're tired, but what I mean, it's hard to believe what they say that what comes out of their mouth.
Well, and
some of them are getting fed from the money that's being generated over there.
Well, and here's one of the things too about why I think it would make sense if they wanted to gentrify, is because imagine if all of a sudden they could make Sosua or the North Coast a more tourist generated area like Punta Cana. Do you know what comes with that? More jobs and better paying jobs. Better paying jobs than them jobs working in them little bullshit restaurants, and more jobs working at them hotels, landscaper, house. Those jobs pay better. They're more steady. They're more sustainable, so on and so forth. And some of them chicks on their back can get off their fucking back. Well, I mean, they probably still would. They still would, but part time.
They all the way in.
They could cut their hours.
Nah, they all the way in. They make more money. I've seen.
So yeah.
They make more money than everybody in the government. And
But there still would be a lot more jobs for people who didn't want to get into that industry. And right now, there's no shortage of people that need jobs in the DR.
right. There's
So
a big portion of Puerto Plata women. Let's speak about Puerto Plata real quick.
yeah,
There's a
so
big
so
portion of Puerto Plata women that they're not walking the strips of Sosua,
mhm.
but they will take some change for. There's a lot of expats that live in Puerto Plata that have their regular shorties coming in and they'll pay them some money. These are girls
Yeah,
that work at the supermarkets and all that. So if they had something like that where there's a lot of businesses in and they open it up for the jobs, yeah, they would probably take those jobs because there's not a. Unfortunately, the Dominican Republic suffers from a lot of opportunities, right?
yeah.
You could pretty much say that for almost everywhere around the world, but that place is ravaged by a lack of accessibility to jobs, which is cool. But
Yeah,
not gonna take a, if you can turn 5, 10 tricks a night or 10 tricks a week, you're still beating the average of what
but
those
what
people
I'm saying
make.
is every fucking resort everywhere in the country has plenty of employees. So there are plenty of Dominicans that want those jobs. They never have an opening. They're firing more motherfuckers than they can hire because they never, if there's an opening, whole families are working at those resorts. So if you were to open a resort on the North Coast and had 500 jobs, you'd have 600, 700 people applying for it. You know what I'm saying? You just do. So it's like none of those resorts. Now, what they all bitch about is having people that can do the job. And they say how they're not competent. They got to train them. I'm like, yeah, they fucked up. They fucked up employees, but you got a body.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that goes for the same thing for the little restaurants. You got fucked up waitresses that can't get an order right. Move like that. When we was up there for them 2 days, everybody talk about Bailey's. To me, I was like, that motherfucker's the worst. That was the worst place I went to eat. I was like, motherfucker, we sit down. I see motherfuckers act like they didn't even see us. So the customer service and everything was super shitty. But I was like, that's DR. They had people in there working,
That's right.
but they were all
New York's
sitting
not
around
known.
talking.
They definitely not known for their customer service. I'll tell you
No.
that for
I was
sure.
like,
That's
they got
countrywide.
6 waitresses over there in the corner fucking talking. I'm sitting here waiting for a fucking glass of water.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
that's how they are. So they want that fucking money. They don't want to do nothing for it.
QT blames the problem in Sosua on the New York Negroes making it rain in the
Yeah,
club.
I saw
That's wild.
that. I'll say this, QT. You partially right. Them New York niggas, they do bring a certain energy.
I ain't got nothing to say about that.
Yeah.
They across the highway from us, so I can't.
Yeah.
Them sexy Dominican women look at dudes like walking ATM, so the game will never stop. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah.
People that I have known with a lot of money get discount they can and try to hoard it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they wouldn't pay more in say a Sosua just because they could theoretically afford Miami prices, especially the white dudes. They are loaded and would balk at the park at paying 5,000 pesos. I mean, I would agree. Rich people usually want to hold their money, man. So yeah, they would.
I'm
How many
good.
of these places
But
do they have in the DR? It's a good question.
I didn't say they had to be rich. All they got to do is have it. So I'm just telling you down in Punta Cana what I know for a fact. Them white boys and them niggas be coming through them clubs and they be spending. They in infinity. Every night, every fucking VIP section is booked. The VIP section might be $800. They're buying bottles. The cheapest bottle might be $250. So I don't know if them niggas rich, but I know them niggas is spending. They spending in Punta Cana like it's fucking Miami. Can you get cheaper down there? You goddamn right. But they don't want it. They don't want it. And I'm saying there's no shortage of niggas that get off that plane in the DR that come to the DR ready to ball that will spend. And I'm just sitting there saying is they'll do that in Sasua, but they're not going to do it for what's up there. That's what I'm saying is the discouraging thing about Sasua is I'm like they would have just as many dudes up there balling as they do in Punta Cana and Santo Domingo. They not going to do it for what's there. So you got to have nicer venues, nicer VIPs, bottle girls. That's just then they basically just think of anything like if you in my Kwan, just like those Miami clubs look. That's how that motherfucker look down there, and even some of the ones in Santo Domingo, the same thing. But then the women gotta look like that. The club needs to look like that. The quality of the drinks need to look like that. I just didn't see that in Sasua. So I would readily say that, yeah, Sasua got budget travelers, but it comes off as a budget place. I don't see, somebody got to tell me what's up there that's upscale. What's upscale in the Sioux? I don't know. I'm not saying it don't exist. I'm just saying I didn't find it when I was up there.
They got a lot of beach areas.
What's upscale? Give me an upscale establishment.
Upscale would probably be in Punta Cana, but up there up north, I mean, there's
right. So that what I'm saying is there's an absence of upscale establishments.
In the DR as a whole?
No.
Or
in
just the
North Coast. I know where they are in Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo got a shitload of upscale places. I've been to
Santo Domingo, Capcom. Capcom is one.
Casa Campo. They got a fuck ton. La Romana. They got a fucking ton of upscale places. I want somebody to name one or tell me what's upscale in Sasua.
Came back in the building. Salute.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. We stayed at an Airbnb. Damn, I'm trying to think what's the name of it, because Troy King that was with me, he booked. It was an Airbnb. I took Razor Rays with me. We're gonna have to get that footage, and we're gonna have to share it. Me, Troy, my buddy Junior, and then Razor was in Punta Cana. So I went and got him. I said, "You want to go with us?" He said, "Yeah." So we left from Punta Cana. We went to Las Terrenas, partied up there all night. That was a nice drive. Then backpack. That's what I'm saying. It looks
backpack traveling in the building.
Right. And I'm just specifically, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the establishments, the building. The beach is gorgeous. I just didn't see anything upscale. So we left from there. They got some nice places in Las Terrenas. We stopped at Nagua. That's fly as hell. That's a wonderful beach. Great place to hang out if you've never been. Nagua is fire. Then we went up to the Sioux, and we stayed up in the Sioux for 2 days, and had a nice time up there. The crazy part about it is the best place that I had drinks and food at the entire time I was at Sasua. You know where it was, B.O.B.? It was fucking Flip Flops. And he got, no shade on it. He got a little dive bar. It's a nice little, guy hangout bar. But my best time was because his staff was so client centric. Their customer service was the fucking best I've ever seen in the Dominican Republic. I loved it. His staff, and the food was good. The drinks were good. Not anything that, I'm going to jump off a bridge over. You hungry, you want something to eat, you want something to drink. The drinks were excellent. The food was good. The price wasn't too much, for what you were getting. But their customer service was out of this fucking world.
Bailey's is upscale.
Bailey's is some shit. It is. Well, now, supposedly they got the new place up on the rooftop. I didn't go up there, but the downstairs is trash.
Where'd you stay
It's
at
trash.
in Sasua?
You sitting outside with the gate and flies and shit coming through. It's trash. Bayless is trash. Yeah. Now I didn't. That's what I said. TF. I never stayed. I didn't stay in Ocean Villa or Casa Linda. Yeah. But I'm asking TF, what's an upscale bar or restaurant anywhere that you can go to? So say for example, you up there and you got a wife or a date, maybe a chick from the state and she a bad and you want to take her out to a nice meal. Where the fuck are you gonna take her in Sasua? Where you gonna take her? Nowhere.
Amvi?
You got your fucking mind. It's trash. Those are bars I go hang out with my guys. You know, when I used to coach football, the coaches. They take no fucking date there. Are you crazy? It's just embarrassing. The pussy would dry up. You don't get, you know what I'm saying? And you know, now I don't know about Puerto Plata because we was only there for half a day. But in the Sasua Inn, I was like, there's nothing there nice. There's nothing there that's like nice, that's impressive and fanciful. Santo Domingo is full of them. Santiago has plenty of them. Punta Cana is full of them. And that's what I'm sitting there saying is that's a sign to me. I'm like, there should be at least one upscale, nice place. And if they don't, it says something. I get that back. It's see, everybody's sitting there saying, like he said, being on a date is unfathomable. I get that back, guy, and I agree with that.
Work.
But what I'm sitting there saying is that is telling you about the space. If you can't even imagine that there's nowhere that you would want to take anybody that was even fairly decent, it needs a makeover badly.
I would have to agree with you on that, Rico. And the reason why I would agree with you, well, it's obvious per se, but
David Foreman, that would be a viable answer. Do you think they can have nice places in all of those towns? In the tourist spots, they should. And Sasua is certainly a tourist spot. There is no excuse why in a tourist-heavy town like Sasua, they shouldn't have somewhere nice. And Sasua is probably, they might be more tourist driven than Santo Domingo, maybe. Number of tourists. Punta Cana is number one. Punta Cana, hand down, like 70% of the flights that come into the DR go into Punta Cana. Those are all tourists. Not all, but the majority. Punta Cana gets the most tourists. Then I would think Santo Domingo, but it might be Sasua.
No, it's Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo Airport handles heavy traffic. So
yeah, but Punta Cana gets 70%.
Yeah. So if it's 70%, I think it's probably
Santo Domingo might pick up another 20%.
Yeah. So Puerto Plata is not seeing anything the South Coast is seeing anywhere near it.
But nonetheless, Sasua is still a tourist town. And I can tell you this, Las Terrenas, which is smaller, has nice restaurants. Las Terrenas, and they got chicas there too. But they got nice fucking restaurants where you can take somebody on a date. They really do. So that's what I'm sitting there saying is Las Terrenas, which is a much smaller population. I think Sasua has like 45,000 people. Las Terrenas has less. They got nice places, upscale.
Well, when you talk about Las Terrenas, you also have to incorporate into that Samaná, which, you know, if you're in the area. So if there's an upscale restaurant, you know, your people are gonna travel. Then there's Nagua right there. So you know what I'm saying? I get it. It should be there. That comes to this.
Sasua
like
got Cabarete, Sasua got Puerto Plata. I'm like,
but they're not building it up. They're not building it up, Rico.
Right. And how do they not have a decent fucking upscale place to be able to take some fuck a date, a business meeting. I'm about to do some serious business. I want to take your guys to a nice restaurant, get a nice steak, a bottle of wine, and some cigars. What the fuck I'm
Business
supposed
over
to take y'all?
business over bitches. You have some business. You got the
Right.
bitches there. I mean, that's what they're doing right now.
But where am I supposed to take you?
Yeah, I know. I know. I know.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
I
I'm
know.
you be like, wait a minute, I come here, you asking me to invest $1 million and you bring me to this shit? Like I'm good, BLB. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you see
That's a
the
big
vision,
part of it.
if you see the vision and investors want to get in, I can see it getting. I can see. I mean, look, you got Gaspar Hernandez, you got Cabarete, you got what's the other area? There's another
stopped
area up there.
Yeah.
This what's the area? What is the area called that the boats come? It's called something fucking famous. I
I
can't
don't know.
get it.
I just thought, and again, Sasua has its own charm, its own way. But if 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 the if what's out if what stands out so far is Chica Chica Chica, uh, passport bro, Chica Chica Chica, pass. If that is the lasting mark of the place, that's a problem.
Damn, this resort's kind of nice. Whatever this is.
That's a problem. If that is the lasting standout mark of the place. But I wish it the best. I don't know what is Amber Cove backpack.
Amber Cove. There it is. Amber Cove is what I was talking about.
What is that?
That's where the ships come in.
Yeah, is that a restaurant, a bar, or what?
They got all that up there. I'll show you.
Okay.
This Amber Cove, where the ships come in and dock, and they got a little resort up there, some nice restaurants in there too.
Okay.
That's on the North
See?
Coast. Now,
Yeah.
to name a nice restaurant,
That's North
This is from
Coast.
what I
That's not Sasua. Okay. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But see, but here's the deal, right? Backpack. How many of the brothers going up there besides you? You see what I'm saying, right? Most of them jokers don't even know where that is, right?
well, they stopped there on Carnival, so they
No, but let's keep it a buck. Most of the guys that's going to the Soo ain't leaving the Soo. See what I'm saying? And if you tell them they got to go up there and spend some bread, they going to look at you like you grew another head. You see what I'm saying? Because most of them ain't interested in nothing nice.
Ocean's the Steak and Lobster House. Here's one, Rico. We found one, Rico.
But here's
We
the
found
whole
one
point.
close to the soup.
You missing the point though.
No, I
Most
got you. Trust me, I got you.
Most of them
I'm just fucking
jokers
around.
ain't trying to be within a million miles of that place. What we doing up here for? What we doing up here for? You see what I'm saying? It's like, you know what? I can't with y'all. That looks nice.
Yeah, when they spread shit on
That
the plate,
looks
that's upscale. They don't even know
Right.
what that is. It look like mustard and ketchup. That's upscale.
And but here's the whole point.
Oh yeah.
I ain't going all the way out the country to always eat at a fucking burger joint.
I don't want none of that.
You know what I'm saying? The point of traveling and leaving the country is to do new and different things and hopefully some nice things in there too. What's wrong with that?
So this area that you just seen is Confresi, and that's how.
So
far
Amber
from-
Cove is a nice spot. I can rock with
That's
that.
no. This is Amber Cove over here.
Oh,
right
okay.
here. This is another area called Confresi, and that's where
Oh yeah, I heard of
the
that.
steak restaurant was at.
Yeah, I
And
never
how
been.
far
I
is
heard
that from Sasua? Let's see how
I
far. is
heard
that
people
from
talk about it. Well, you gotta go out. You gotta go halfway around the damn country.
I can't find it, bro. I'm not Joe. I'm not trolling. I just really can't find where the hell is Sasua at.
But I get your point. It just goes down. And
There it
again,
is.
this is not a knock on Sasua. This is me. What this is for me. It's reinforcing more evidence in my mind as to why gentrification, I think, is the source of what's going on, because they want some of that there from Amber Cove and Kofra C. They want there. And they already know in order for us to put something like this here and more things like this here, this shit that's up here got to go. It's got to go. It
Wild
does.
as
It
hell,
doesn't
bro.
fit. So they're gonna bring it because they want to bring it. But what's in there now? They got to get rid of.
It does.
They just got to get rid of what's there.
I've never seen or heard anybody talk about this beach over here in Sosúa.
What's the name of it?
Playa Alicia.
I heard somebody say something about that.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I heard people mention it. I've never been.
Restaurants hitting on. Oh, that's nice, little white family outside.
Yeah,
Wait, I'm sorry.
nice.
So a white dude with a shika.
That looks nice though.
Uh-oh, Rico. We got one.
Cheaper, but it's nice.
We got one in the Soo, Rico.
Is that in the Soo?
That's in the Soo. Look.
I don't know.
Zoom out. All right. Sosúa Beach right here. Playa Sosúa. Right here.
Okay.
And this
and
is
Alicia's on the other side.
Yeah.
That
got
business
one.
That business might stay. The rest of them got to go. The rest of them got to go. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I you know what's crazy? When I was up there, I didn't see it, didn't hear nothing about it. Which kind of tells you, right, how much of a bubble the space is if it's so stuck on Sosúa Beach and that strip. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why is that part of it so loud and so pronounced and pushed out? And all the rest of it is just sort of like ignored or pushed down. It's just kind of crazy.
Hispaniola,
Yeah,
Ocean Villa, Casa Linda. A little bit more upscale. I never heard of it.
Yeah, I definitely know Casa Linda and Ocean Villa.
Bailey's is trash. Oh,
Bailey's is trash. Yes, I'm serious. I'm serious. I wouldn't be caught dead. I mean, I went in there. We went to eat, and I was just like, they talked all this talk about Bailey's, and I'm like, this shit is trash. It just
Hispaniola has villas and let me try to find this because
upscale restaurant. Yeah, but that I think you have to be staying in the property. So I agree with that. Hispaniola Villa and probably so does Casa Linda, but you got to be staying in the property. And if you ain't staying in the property, I don't think you got access to it. But it's cool.
Let's see what we got here. Let's see if we can narrow it. Sosúa, right? That's in Sosúa.
Hispaniola, maybe. I've never stayed there, so I don't want to say.
I can't find residential Hispaniola. Let's try that.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Is that it right there?
They're all they're villas.
Okay, zoom in and see what they got.
Oh, okay. Nice. TF found a good one, La Catalina. Look up La Catalina, the one that TF just said. So they got tomahawk. Yeah, there you go. Wine and cigars. Yeah.
La Catalina Sosúa.
Well, just say La. Yeah. I don't know if it's Sosúa or Puerto Plata or where.
I'm spelling this shit wrong.
Where is it at?
La Catalina.
I ain't typing nothing. Puerto Plata.
Puerto Plata. Well, let's see what it's hitting for. See what it's hitting for. TripAdvisor. Nice little view. Crazy little view.
Let's see.
Huh. White people.
Okay, damn. Keep going. I want to see the end.
All right, typical
not
shit.
Bad. Go ahead. Yeah, see the aesthetics and all that matters. Yeah, it's not bad. Ain't nothing to be. Oh, okay. All right, now that's the tomahawk. Yeah, I could see that. Look like it got that bone. Okay. So it looked like they're putting a lot more into the cooking, which is good. Like I said, it's all about.
Oh, the kids can play there.
Yeah,
see the kids.
Mm-hmm. So you're family friendly. So it's all about your experiences, and again, ain't nobody taking away, because here's the thing. I'm like, you can be in Santo Domingo, Punta Cana, Santiago. Them fucking chicas is everywhere. They everywhere. So the notion that you got to think, I don't know why them guys, them jokers go there, and all of a sudden it's like there's absolutely nothing on their mind but the chica, and then arguing about the price, and then I think that all that has fed into the downfall of it. So um, it, the mess got crazy. But hey, that's what I wanted to talk to you about too while we got time, right? Before it get too late. What you think about the videos I sent you of your boy baking mayo tomatoes?
What? I didn't see that video.
I sent you the video of BMT ass with his old fuck crybaby ass.
I still didn't watch it yet.
Oh my
I
god.
know.
Come
I'm sorry.
on.
I'm so
Look,
sorry. What
no,
happened?
I'll give you the synopsis.
God damn
So,
it, bro.
he do all this you know Anton Daniels, right?
I seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, so he calling, crying, and sucking up to Anton Daniels, right? Somehow he got the video up on his channel, if it's not privated. So on the channel, he running to Anton Daniels, and he's trying to get Anton Daniels to co-sign the whole passport bro movement is good. Anton Daniels basically said, "You niggas is simps sitting there putting these women overseas on a pedestal." Those was his exact words, right? He was like, "Y'all putting these women overseas, women on a pedestal. Niggas is over there sending them money and ain't even met them. That's some simp shit, right?" So BMT was trying to defend it, and he was like, "Nah, but Anton," he said, "Well, why are you paying their rent? Why are you paying their bills? Oh, sometimes it's only $200-300. Anton's like, I don't care. Why are you paying their bills? And that's not your woman or your wife, this, that, or whatever." So BMT tried to say, "Oh, well, sometimes you gotta pay a dowry." And I didn't even think about it, but the nigga said, dowry.
You remember
I was like,
the timestamp of that?
it's only a 10-minute video on BMT Live.
Man. All right. So let's
It
play.
was like the whole video was trash.
All right. Let's
And at
play.
the end, the gist of it, BMT was sitting there trying to argue about, but Anton, if they trying to get virgins, like, nigga, y'all ain't over there fucking no virgins.
Let's play it. This is fair
that's what
use.
it's exactly, Mo Black. That's exactly what the issue was.
Fair use, guys.
You got to put the volume up.
Overseas,
It's muted.
and they not even with them. You telling me that
Yeah.
dudes is out here sending money to women overseas, and they not even with them?
Yes.
What are these women doing that's so extraordinary? I don't understand. So y'all sending money over here to the world. I think that y'all
Eat it up a little. Go up.
I don't give a where they at. In America, overseas, y'all pedestalizing these women.
Right? So you see where Anton is telling them, y'all pedestalizing them. Y'all sitting there creating this image like these women are any better. And basically y'all tricking. And he tell them at the end, you niggas is you a trick. So go ahead, let it play some more, because you're gonna hear him tell him. And BMT twists itself into a pretzel trying to justify it, like, oh, well, we doing it because they different overseas. We paying dowries and we getting virgins. I'm like, where the fuck you niggas getting virgins from?
He didn't say that. Let me see.
Yes, he did. He did. Yeah.
Shout out to BMT.
What is your opinion on like
situation?
Long distance relationships? You live in America, but you're dating a girl in Brazil or something, or you got a girlfriend in Colombia or something. What's
Now
your
listen to
opinion?
this
I see,
dumb
guys. A guy had got a coaching call with me probably about a month ago.
See?
And he was breaking down to me how he had went over there and he was sending her back money because I was going to be his girl and stuff.
Another
Listen,
simp.
simps and tricks, whether you got a passport or no. I am not in favor of locking down somebody that you don't have access to and you don't have control of in real life in real time. Hell no.
Y'all hear this, right?
Hell no. Like, you just got to let it be for the moment. She yours at that particular time, and it's just your turn. I am not in favor of no long distance relationship, just in a general sense at all. I don't rock with it. I think
So not even in the States. Not even in the States.
Hey,
No.
BLB, pause that. Pause that.
No. For what? You might as well be single.
Pause it. Did you hear what he said? And again, you see BMT jump out the fucking window. He always does this. He tries to make this whole argument about, well, I understand not in the States, but women overseas are different. And Anton is just telling them, this is some bullshit. You don't have access to them, because it started with Anton saying somebody that he was coaching sat there and was sending money to a chick overseas. And we all know if the chick in the DR, while he's sending her money, we know she getting her back blowed out, right, BLB? We know that, right? While you sending her money, she's still getting bust down. So I don't even like Anton, but in this clip, I agree with every fucking word he says. Every word he said, and he's factually on. But it gets so bad, BMT had to run the Tricky Mac to try to do a rebuttal, which was just fucking even worse. It was even worse. So this nigga sending money to a chick overseas, Lord help him if it's the DR, but it could be Colombia, it could be Thailand, it could be any of them. We know damn well when you get back in the States, while you sending that chick money, she getting fucked back home by 2-3. She getting money from 2-3 other simps, plus getting bust down by a local for free. We all know that. And Anton, but BMT is trying to say it's okay to do that. This is BMT's position. Go ahead, let it play so we can hear this fucking idiot some more.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point? How you gonna lock down somebody that ain't even with you? You don't know nothing about them. You don't know what they got going on. Hell no. Mm-mm.
Because you do have like guys within this community that pretty much send money to the women, or they pay the women's rents or something like that.
Nope.
They consider it to be their girlfriend.
Nope. Why they paying somebody else's rent? She not an adult.
Right.
Listen.
Now keep in mind these rents might be $200-$300.
I don't care. You can't get $20 out of me unless you bring a value back to me.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't no woman that ever got $1 out of me unless she actually working or she bringing value back to me. I don't give a listen. I don't care how little it is. Tricking and simping is still tricking and simping, regardless of how it is that you see it.
Pause it for a second, BLB.
I am not in favor of.
Is there any motherfucking confusion with what he said? Is there any, you may not even agree with his position, but you can't argue with him and saying it's an unreasonable position, because his reasoning makes sense. I'm not giving nobody no money that doesn't bring value to me. Flat out. But you see, BMT, he's wiggling and twisting. That you're going to hear later on. In a few, he going to go into the virgin and the dowry and all that bullshit. And Antoine, through the entire clip, Anton going to stand in it. Nope, I don't give a fuck. Nope, I don't give a fuck. And because he couldn't get Anton to take his trick simp ideology and say it was okay, he had to run to Richie Mack, who is another bigger trick than him, who took a whore named Elle from the massage parlor, because that's what she was, and that's what he did. So he went to a super trick to try to support his tricking ass ideology. Let it continue, but I want y'all to hear it for yourselves.
Paying for nobody's lifestyle. Hell no.
So you don't believe in giving women like allowance?
Hell no. But see, that's what I'm saying. Hell no. Absolutely not, under no circumstances.
He just went from paying rich to giving her an allowance.
I'll see you when I see you.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it for women here. I wouldn't do it for women over.
So let me ask you this. What's your define the definition of tricking? What's your definition of tricking?
Spending money on women that you don't have to, or in order to impress women unnecessarily. You telling me that dudes is out here sending money to women overseas and they not even with them?
Mm-hmm.
What are these women doing that's so extraordinary that requires so much time? I don't understand. So y'all sending money over here to these hoes.
Not necessarily hoes, women.
This is what you're telling me. Y'all paying for
Pause it.
What?
Did you hear that fuck nigga shit he said? Not necessarily hoes, women, right? But BLB, come on, brother. Every fucking black woman in America is a hoe. Every black woman in America is a 304. But these women overseas, that like Anton said, y'all sending these hoes. No, not necessarily hoes. Not necessarily, women, right? This is what I want you guys to hear from this Negro. I want you to hear the bullshit. He will call every black woman in, because he ain't talking about white ones or Asians or Latinas. He's only talking about the black ones. This tether piece of shit will call every black woman in America a fucking hoe. But when Anton simply colloquially said, y'all sending money to these hoes, he jumped out the fucking window like Superman in front of a fucking speeding bullet to say, they're not hoes. They're fucking whores. They're fucking whores. We all know that that's what they are. It's insulting. And this is the nigga that supposedly is the leader of the passport. And then Mo Black, just to be confirmed for me, because I didn't even realize till I heard somebody say it, because I've never even been in a culture that do dowries. And I'm like, most of these niggas behind on child support, and they talking about paying a fucking dowry. Like, you niggas don't take care of your kids, but you gonna pay a bride price. Get the fuck out of here. But reality, and the guy made a very succinct point that I didn't catch. He said that the bride, the bride's father is supposed to pay the dowry in most cultures. It ain't the man that pays the dowry. It is the wife father that pays a dowry to the groom for taking care of his daughter. So it's like, that's how come, but that's about to come up now. But I just want y'all to know, I don't know, I all I know is ain't none of these niggas paying no dowries. They ain't doing it. If you don't come from that culture, you're not participating in it. So they need to stop lying. Not a bunch of deadbeat dads, right? BLB. We talk about all of the next thing they're gonna tell me is Traversity paying a dowry, and nigga ain't paying child support. Fuck that shit. Go ahead, let it play. Okay, thank you for educating me, Mo Black. Go ahead.
What about, let's say, culturally, because this is one thing you got to deal with when you want to date overseas. A lot of guys don't know this. Some guys know. But as far as like dowries or something, do you bring bro? Yeah, say if you date a woman in Kenya.
Pause it for 1 second, BLB. Because this is a good way to make sure we don't stand with fair use. What country do these fucking... Okay, here's the big five. DR, Colombia, Brazil. Is there a dowry system in any of those three? BLB. Is there a dowry system in any of those three? No. Maybe the Philippines and maybe Thailand. And I don't think that they're very heavy dowry. Maybe some. But the big three, they don't even have dowries. That's more of, from my recollection, primarily in Africa. And most of these colorist ass niggas don't even like going to Africa. Okay, so we can start there. Most of these wildly colorist, white worshiping ass Negroes don't even like going to Africa. So I know they're not. Okay, there you go. Africa, Middle East. Thank you. So that's why I sit there and say this. Why would he even bring? That's how you know it's a bullshit deflection. Because he know most of the places he goes to, a dowry system doesn't even exist. But that's something he can throw out so he can defend that he's not tricking and simping. That's what you're doing. You're over there fucking impoverished whores. Nothing more. Continue on. Go ahead, BLB.
It's America.
Nope. Hell no. We in a different time.
Mm-hmm.
This is not back in the day.
Like, I guess you can look at it in the perception of, okay, you're paying the family, and I'm talking about this happens in Thailand. You got to pay a dowry as well. They call it something else. But this is more like when guys say they want traditional relationships, this what comes with traditional relationships. It's a possibility, depending on the culture, that you might have to pay that family a dowry. And you're paying the family because you're saying, hey, they raised a good wife for you to be your counterpart.
That you're not sticking me up. Nope.
I'm gonna give you a quick scenario real quick. I'm just giving you a scenario. Say, you got a son.
Mm-hmm.
Your son is 25 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He just got into his profession. He just started getting his bag. He tells you, Dad, I'm struggling dating out here. I'm ready for a real woman and everything. I became a passport, bro. I went to Kenya. Go to Kenya. I met this beautiful young woman, 18, 19, virgin, all that. But I have to pay some form of a dowry. I got to pay $5,000.
No.
Pause
You're
it,
going to tell your
BLB.
son not to do it.
Yep.
Pause it,
Just-
BLB. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that these motherfuckers could smell a virgin in any of these countries. It is beyond laughable that he used the word to include in Kenya. Because I'm going to tell you this. If you don't think that they have a high fucking whore rate in all of the countries that the passport bros go to include in Africa, you're fucking nuts. And it's even higher when you talk about a woman that would be involved with a foreigner. You're almost guaranteed to get a woman with, if not a very high body count, she damn sight got bodies. So for you to ever believe, if you sit there and told me as a passport bro, you went into any country and fucked somebody that had no bodies, I'm gonna tell you fucked the 8-year-old. It just ain't happening. Certainly not in fucking Pattaya. He over there, maybe because he fucking a lady boy. Maybe. He just needs to stop. Why is he even presenting this bullshit argument about virginity and dowries? It's insane. It's insulting. And that's why I hate the shit he's doing with his fucking app and the misinformation and the bullshit, because there are young men that unfortunately that don't know any better that listen to this bullshit. He's sitting here listening to Anton. Anton not even a passport bro and talking more fucking sense than him. Like he said, I'm being stuck up and he's sitting there talking. It's like it's 2025. And he even stated, well, like in Thailand where they call it something else. Yeah, it's called a fucking stick up. Like Anton said, it's called a bribe. It's called a scam. It's called a fucking hustle. You just stupid. So it's not even called a dowry, but you tell yourself that's what it is because you're trying to romanticize the notion of tricking and being a fucking simp. The man is telling you directly, no, you're a fucking idiot and a simp. But let it play. You muted, BLB.
I don't know anybody who's ever paid a dowry in any of the countries I traveled to, and none of the countries that I've seen BMT in. So I've never heard of this. And if that's just to justify sending money. Now, I've talked about this, guys sending money overseas, and I've given explicit examples on the backside of females that's getting money sent to them by guys, and then I fly in or somebody else fly in and then be balls deep in their chica. So it's a little weird to me, but let's continue.
Yeah. And I'm saying if you want to do it. Just don't. My issue isn't if you want to be a simp, then just say you don't care. You want to be a simp. Don't come up with this bullshit. That's what I don't like. But go ahead. It's almost done. Go ahead.
Fair use, guys.
Stay in America and just be single and just don't do shit.
I don't think that guys should chase women.
He's not chasing a woman. He's
You
going to another
qualified it in the beginning by saying that he was saying that dating is where I'm looking for a woman. I'm looking for settling down. I don't think that you should look to do anything when it comes to prioritizing.
Let me rephrase that. Let's just say he's in Kenya doing his passport bro thing, and he runs up on a woman. They talk. She says, "Hey, I'm a virgin. If you want to be with me, you got to pay my family
So you got to
12
alter
vote-
Hold on,
Okay.
Rico.
comes to
Okay.
Hold on, Rico.
prioritize.
Oh, let me rephrase that.
I want to touch on this real quick, Rico.
He's not checking
Okay.
passport, bro. I went to Kenya. Go to Kenya. I met this beautiful young woman, 18, 19, virgin, all that. But I have to pay some form of a dowry. I got to pay
Nope.
$5,000.
No.
You're going to tell your son not to do it
Yep.
and just stay in America and just be single and just don't do shit.
I don't think that guys should chase women.
So hit right there. That sounds good on surface. That sounds good to me on surface. A guy shouldn't chase a woman, and I would agree you shouldn't chase a woman. I think I'm from the school of 50 cents, where if you chase a bag, the women come with it. But if you come across a quality woman, you're gonna have to play the game. And I think Antoine, there's certain things that Anton says that irritates the fuck out of me. Because Antoine is operating from a mindset that everybody has the situation like he has, right? Anton, let's be clear. I'm going to say this in front of however many people, and if it gets out, I don't give a shit. Anton is not an aesthetically pleasing looking dude. Pause. Right? Antoine got who he got. I don't know how they met, but Antoine says that he got
High
school. So he amassed some wealth, and that's Anton would be hit in this dating market if he didn't have who he had from high school. He'd be hit. So I think that he's speaking from, I'm not playing counsel for this, but Antoine is on a high horse speaking from a position of not the average Joe. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but this is what I would say. I would say Anton is correct in saying that, because I don't believe anybody should chase anybody. I do believe it is the obligation of a man to pursue. That's not chasing. Because basically, if you pursue or show interest in a woman and the interest isn't reciprocated, you cut off the pursuit and go on about your fucking business. You don't continue.
Yeah, Rico, but sometimes that's not how it works. Sometimes women want to see that. And especially from my experience in the Latin culture, women
okay, but what I'm saying is then you run the risk of setting yourself up. That's what I'm saying. Of course. I assess the risk. And let's face it, you're not going to chase or consistently pursue anybody. Only the best of the best of the best. We go to the club all the time. I go to the club, I shoot my shot at 20 chicks. If 20 of them don't respond to me and say maybe 2 of them do, fuck the other 18. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta get to these comments, Rico. We gotta get to
go ahead.
Yo, Rico, this is true shit. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, dudes be sending money and never met the woman. This is a true story. I know people who have never met these women, and this is the problem. This is the major problem. You're sending money. You've never met this girl. I know women that showed me that they put up a TikTok video. Like, you got women that put their Cash App up or put their PayPal up, and men will send money. But how different? And I'm asking you because I need to understand a different vision, a different point of view. How different is a man sending money to a woman he's never met than a man subscribing to her OnlyFans page? It's hard, but it's fair. You can't pick shoes. You got to encompass it all.
The only thing I could say is the direct personal contact, because obviously if I'm sending you money, I talk via text, voicemail, video call, I have a direct number. Usually subscribing to OnlyFans is just through subscription. So I would say sending money is a little bit more, it's the same thing in theory, but in one it's a little bit more intimate and personal, absent the actual physical touch and presence. Because in neither case, you don't have the physical touch or presence.
Exactly.
In neither case.
So I see no difference. I've never subscribed to OnlyFans and never will. I don't understand how.
I ain't gonna tell that lie, but go ahead.
I never did.
No, I'm saying I ain't gonna tell that lie. I seen a couple of big booties. I said I gotta take a look. I gotta be nosy.
I respect your honesty.
And
I would never do
I
it.
let it die. It's just like, no, I'm not messaging. I was just like, God damn, let me see what's inside here. Oh, $3.99. Let me check this out. Oh, fuck, this is some bullshit. Usually it'd be some bullshit. It was some bullshit.
Yeah. Her like cleaning the kitchen.
Money.
Yeah, I'm not doing all of that because I don't condone. There is no, you've done nothing for me. I have no physical contact with you. I'm not sending no money. Neither these guys, even these guys that go overseas, meet a girl and then keep sending them money because they want to keep her on a retainer. I think it's weird. I've always talked about it. I think I'm probably one of the few that consistently talk about how weird it is that guys send money to these women. There's track programs, basketball programs, there's hockey programs, there's baseball programs. Shit, we need more baseball players in the hood that could use that money that would really go to use and help these kids' future. But guys would send it to a chica that ends up getting her cheeks clapped by somebody else anyway. Why you say her trip to the Western Union could be with the dude that's going to clap her cheeks and she's retrieving your money.
Right. I just don't think he was. I think he was partial. Like I said, I don't think he was wildly wrong. And again, like I said, I don't, the chasing part, that's the word. I believe it's absolutely incumbent on the man to show interest and to pursue women. That's what we are. We're the hunters, right? That right. Simply means I express an interest, I pursue, I see how far I can, because the bottom line is you got to break off, or other than that, your ass gonna get charged with stalking, right? So you can't push it, but so far. I can't ask a woman, but so many times do she want to go on a date before all of a sudden, I'm getting arrested or somebody putting their fucking hands on me, right? So once I realize, okay, the interest isn't reciprocal or she ain't feeling me, most of the time you just push off and you go on about your business. That's good. That's okay. I don't think that's the same as chasing, but I think what he's saying is, I think in this situation, the sending of money is almost like the stalking. Like you said, you're not stalking. I'm putting you on retainer. That's a form of financial stalking. I'm gonna financially stalk you so you don't fuck with nobody else. All the while she's fucking with somebody else. You see what I'm saying? But if you believe in your head, and then that's why a nigga won't get all upset, because then when he come in country, he get bent out of shape, because then he find out that, oh, I've been sending you all this money and you've been getting your cheeks clapped. Yeah, duh. So the nigga is hurt because he was sending that money. If he wasn't sending that money and found out she was getting her cheeks clapped, it ain't nothing for him to get upset about. But he's gonna be twisted sideways, knowing like this fuck nigga said he been sending her $400 or $500 a month, and guess what? She was getting them guts busted anyway.
Man,
so you're gonna be real
gonna kick your ass in a minute.
Yeah, fuck that nigga.
You called him.
Fuck bacon, mayo, tomatoes. Me and my youngins looking for that nigga anyway.
Oh man, you got the team after him. That's right. I forgot about that. You got
that
the
nigga,
boys
that
on
nigga
alert.
threatened to slap me. Yeah, that nigga threatened
man,
to slap
right.
me. He gonna have to see me and my youngins.
Oh man, shout out to BMT.
Yeah.
Put them paws on Rico.
Please do. Please
Send
do.
the bull in the building.
And then go straight in the fucking witness protection afterwards.
Unicorns and virgins. That exist overseas? I don't know.
No.
And if they virgins, you don't got access to them. And if you do have access to them, I'm worried why you close to them, because they usually younger age. You know what I'm saying?
Like I said, she's got to be 8. Ain't a fucking. There's not a virgin in a country on the planet. These like nigga, y'all couldn't get virgins. Here's my thing. You can't get a virgin in America. What the fuck makes you think you won't get a virgin in another country?
Oh man, that Western Union I was sending is a dowry. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, no, you're not. I mean, yeah, I agree with you.
You can't get a virgin at home.
He's in Atlanta. It's easy.
He's not in Atlanta. He's in Anton in Detroit. He's in Michigan.
Oh, Anton, yeah. He might be talking about BMT. In Atlanta, you be missing teeth and get a decent woman.
Right now, BMT over in Thailand kissing a man. That nigga over there on top of a lady boy or underneath one of the two. whatever he in the mood for. Because you know he just did a video the other day with Lucky, with Lucky's man, Mr. Lucky, BMT, and Mr. Lucky.
I don't know who Mr. Lucky is.
Travelversity fuck ass.
Oh, Mr.
Yeah, Mr.
All
Lucky.
right.
You know how they call Jay-Z Mr. Beyonce? We gotta start calling him Mr. Lucky. Because she the talent. Who's the talent?
Of course.
Who's the talent?
Of course. It's her.
So we need to stop. I'm no longer addressing it as Travelversity channel. It's Lucky channel and that nigga named Mr. Lucky.
You got me into some trouble last time. Somebody in the comments came for me and said, you know, my channel sucks and he does his last video without her did well. It did millions.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That nigga got.
We know. We know Lucky's background.
Subs. He got 80,000 subs, and that nigga had like 50 people on the live. Now, how the fuck you gonna tell me he doing good if that's his engagement?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Tia.
I was told to mind my business.
You got to tell me who BMT Ty chick is. I've never seen BMT with a woman. Period. To be the head of the passport, bro. Why this motherfucker ain't got a roster of bad bitches? Why don't he? We know he paying for them all. He should have a roster of them. I've never seen him with one. Every time I seen that nigga, he been with niggas. I've not seen him with one chick. So I have to reserve judgment, TF. I haven't. Like I said. Shit. Lucky we get bust down by the whole passport bro movement.
That's why I work.
But you know,
leave that man wife alone.
She's still a 304.
Damn.
She's still uneducated.
Damn.
She still ain't smart.
Damn.
She still ain't got nothing but box, nothing else. So as Anton said, she has no value but the box. That's it. Now he's pimping her out for likes and views. Okay, fine. I can't take that away. But what else? I need to know what. And seems smart. I don't put smart and Ty together. But I gotta see.
All right, you want to continue on with this video with
let's finish this real quick, and then you found his baddie.
I've never seen it.
Let's finish this for a couple of minutes.
He's not chasing a woman. He's going to another
qualified it in the beginning by saying that he was saying that dating is where I'm looking for a woman. I'm looking for settling down. I don't think that you should look to do anything when it comes to prioritizing.
Let me rephrase that. Let's just say he's in Kenya doing his passport bro thing, and he runs up on a woman. They talk. She says, "Hey, I'm a virgin. If you want to be with me, you got to pay my family."
So you got to alter
12 cows, 12 goats, and some $5,000 or something like that.
Fuck that. Fuck that. Don't give it nothing. Not a dime, bro.
I'm trying to figure out the solution. I'm trying to figure out the solution, brother, because you're saying 5% is marriage material.
If you go to a different
culture, you got to abide by different cultural.
If your family don't realize that I'm the best thing for you, then you're not really built for me anyway.
Mm-hmm. But you do realize, Antoine, historically, from our people, just historically, we have paid dowries in our own.
I understand that.
Pause it.
So that's like not outside of the norm necessarily. Like
historically, we have not paid fucking dowries.
Is he talking about Africa?
No, I think he's talking about African Americans. Historically, we have not paid dowries. We have not. That's a goddamn lie. We came out of fucking slavery. Where the fuck was we getting money to pay dowries from? I'm not saying nobody has ever done it. But to sit there and put that out there as if that was something that was a widely done practice in the black, it wasn't even widely done among white people in America. what was widely done back in the 1800s, and it's basically, I'm gonna take care of this bitch. That's it. Dowries have never been a widely acceptable thing in America. So maybe he was talking about his tether side, because the nigga from Nigeria. So maybe that's what he's talking about. But then he needs to be clear in that, because he's a tether talking to an FBA. So what the fuck is he talking about? Historically, we pay who, nigga? Who? Because in America, historically, we did not pay fucking dowries. White nor black. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. So that was the tether in them. See, I be listening and hearing all these fucking lies they tell. Anybody feel free to look it up and tell me where in America it was widely, the majority of Americans were paying dowries to get married. That's never been an American custom. Never. Through the entirety of the history of our fucking country. That is even dowries, or if I'm not mistaken, might even be, I don't even know if they're culturally or if they're religious based. I don't know. I just know that we didn't do it. So even if you go back to the 1800s, no, people weren't paying no fucking dowries. Certainly not poor people. What the fuck was they gonna pay it with? From where? Who? And no, we wasn't giving up cows or no other shit. That is some African shit, which is where this tether ass niggas from. But go ahead.
You got beef with that.
In Africa, in the East, you pay the families, you give the family some form of gold or something.
There you go. He talking
right?
Africa.
But don't you see how like the how you making it complex for American dating? You're saying why it's not traditional, why it doesn't work. Well, if you're going over here, you're gonna have to abide by those traditions where it will work, because you get to marry a virgin in Africa.
Men control
Stop.
access to marriage.
Stop.
It's my
Ain't no foreigner in Africa getting no fucking virgin. We can start there. That's a goddamn lie. Okay? No foreigner alive is going to Africa getting a fucking virgin. A virgin means a woman without a single fucking body. The hymen ain't been broken and blah, 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 blah. That's a fucking lie. They have the same rates of divorce in Africa as other countries. So this whole tradition, what works, is also bullshit, because the divorce rates around the world, even though they may have a lower divorce rate, they have a higher rate of abandonment. You know how many single mothers are in fucking Africa that have either never been married or are married with a man that knocked her ass up, left her with 3-4 kids and gone? Oh, the wedding and all that goes with is a dowry. Okay, if you come up with that bull, if you want to wiggle it that way, which we would never call that a dowry, but yeah, you could say the man paid for the wedding. Okay, what do you do? I won't argue that point, but that's not what he's describing, and the way he's describing giving some fucking money. He's describing a cash payment, which is what Anton is pushing back against.
You're supposed to make a payment. It's just weird to me. You make a payment and then you have to pay for the wedding and all that shit.
Yeah. And what he's describing, BMT is saying that you simp niggas should have to make a fucking payment. And we're like, no. Oh, see, there you go. A lot of half Asian and half African. Exactly. Africa's a fucking mess right now. It's a fucking mess. So you can miss me with that bullshit. And the country he's from, to be particular, Nigeria, is probably one of the countries that's the biggest fucking messes on the fucking continent. But go ahead. This is the nigga y'all listening to. This backwards ass
rules. I'm not bending my rules for anybody, especially a woman.
Okay.
If your family don't think that it's conducive for you to rock out with me, cool. It's 9 billion people on this earth. I can find another you. You will never find another me. Listen, I will never pedestalize a woman above what my standards are as a man. I don't give about what y'all culture is. I'm an American. I'm Anton Daniels. I define my culture based off of the principles that my father put in me, not what the y'all got going on over there. So listen, we just can agree to disagree. Have fun. God bless you. I'm gonna keep it moving. Women in yesteryear had to put their clothes on a clothesline and a hanger, hang it up, do it physically on the washboard. They had to do more manual labor, which took way more time. But now we have the technology to where, man, listen, if your chick ain't got no small children and she a stay-at-home chick and she not actually working for you, that chick is a drunk, bro. Like, she chilling all day. She ain't doing nothing. She ain't doing nothing.
You can stop it. So we can stop because the rest of it is just, it's more, the bottom line is we can all see and hear that Anton, where he's landed at in this position, it's a position he stayed all the way through, even to the point where BMT even named the video Anton talking trash about the passport bros, right? So he understood Anton shitted on him. So what did this nigga do? Instead of him accepting that man's truth as being what it is, he ran to this other fuck nigga with his other whore, L, and get him to come and try to say, well, Anton don't understand. It's different in Thailand. They got better culture. They raised by their parents. I'm like, that bitch L probably don't even know who her daddy is. Half them fucking Thai whores is raised by former whore single mothers. Stop fucking playing. All this pedestalizing and romanticizing and glorifying these fucking women as if they're somehow better. And literally what disgusts me is because this same sorry motherfucker Richie Mack will in the same breath spend all his time shitting on African-American women. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? And he said, I pay Elle a stipend. She does this for me. She does that for me. She cooks and cleans for me. I was like, nigga, fuck that shit. Like Anton said, it's motherfucker. I had my children that cooked and cleaned for me. So fucking what? I didn't pay them no fucking stipend for doing it. That bitch live in your house for free. So I tell my kids to clean up the fucking house. You live here. I ain't paying you. The fuck is you talking about? And it's the way for me how they use the most basic elementary shit to tear down our women, but yet for some reason that makes these motherfuckers super bitches. She's a super bitch. She's a super whore. I'm like, this is bullshit. They're regular smuggler, just like our women are, but because they spent all this fucking time demonizing, and then I'm like, you stupid motherfucker, somehow, in some way, let them convince you that average, ordinary shit is something special and worthy of being treated as unbelievable. Oh, I can't get a black woman in America. Motherfucker, every black woman I've ever been with in America has cooked and cleaned for me and worked the fucking job and brought money into that. What the fuck is you niggas talking? At the end of the day, all it boils down to, and I've heard this argument ad nauseum, Rico, you don't understand the dating market. I said it once and I'll say it again. You sorry fuck niggas just ain't qualified. Because I see young brothers here that never travel, and they're killing it. And they have some of the same arguments.
I'm gonna have to see that, Rico, because I don't believe that.
Okay, I'm gonna show you next time, right? Here's the thing. They'll have the same arguments about how women are, right? But what I don't understand is this, BLB. I hear motherfuckers complaining about women like, nigga, we complained about them like that when I was in my 20s. We've always said women are crazy. They've always been crazy.
Yeah, I never.
They've always been crazy. They've always been argument. This belief, BLB, I'm 60. I'll be 61 next month. This belief that and I get it. I will take to you. So what is the issue? the independent. All I will say, let me be clear to you. They was that way in the fucking 70s and 80s too. This is not the whole notion of this is new. Like, no, they've been like this pretty much since the 70s when they got their independence. And I'm like, it didn't kill us. It ain't gonna kill you motherfuckers either. Ever since women have gotten, like I said, around the 70s, when they got the laws changed and they gained their independence and so on. So yes, they stepped into that fucking independence. It's been 2 generations already that had to endure this shit.
That's not the argument, Rico.
Right,
That's
but what is the argument then? The argument is you're not going to get them to give it up. They're not going to give up their independence. They're not.
It's not.
They're not.
It's not. Look, it's not. There are arguments for that. There are arguments for traditional women, but there is the basic courting process, the basic conversational ability to engage with these women today that is not there, Rico.
Okay.
It's not there. There has to be a sign of God, an act of God. The clouds have to open up and it needs to shine to be able to talk to them. Have you not seen these women complaining about, I'm at the grocery store, don't talk to me. I'm walking down the street, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. I'm with my girls at a club, don't talk to me. Well, when the fuck is the good time to talk to you? When is the good time? The courting process is fucked up. So how can you, if you can't engage in anything nowadays where the tradition is fucked up, and the problem where the problem where dating is fucked up in America is, and when you compare that to the cultural norms in other countries, it looks a lot better.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. So I do agree, and this is what I don't understand. I agree with what you're saying, and I agree even with guys in the chat that it has changed. What I disagree with is why guys are finding it so difficult to change with the times, or to say not only to change with the times, but to accept. So, for example, right, back in the day, I'll tell you the perfect example, right? You know, we used to say, "Hey, how you doing, sweetie? Hey, what's up, honey?" Right? You can't say that shit anymore, right? You know where I used to be able to call people sweetie and honey? I used to be able to call them shit at work. If I call a woman sweetie or honey at work, I get fucking fired. I had to change with that.
Rico, it's not that issue, bro.
This is all I'm saying is societally, right? Certain things have changed. And I think for some of us, there's difficulty when you get so used to things being a certain way of not wanting it to change, the acceptance of it. And a part of it is, I readily admit, I'll be the first one to tell you, yeah, these motherfucking women can be unruly. They can be argumentative. Back in the day, I'm a simp today. What are you talking about? What's with them, BLB? Fuck, I'm a simp today. I ain't never given up my simp. I simped to my last day. Fuck is you talking about?
Rico in the building, son.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell you what the beauty of being a simp is, big money. Simping ain't the problem. It's finding a bitch worthy to simp for. And I got that.
I ain't simping for no bitch ever.
Well, you may not have to, but if you, guess what? It's plenty of niggas out there doing it. So would the downfall be their simping, or the downfall the bitch they simping for? What's their downfall? Because the thing is, if you give undying, never-ending love to a woman and she loves you back, what's the harm?
That's cool, but when you start to sacrifice your masculinity,
right. But the issue is simping for a bitch that's just using you and running you. That's what the issue is. I ain't been married 10 times. I've been married 3 times.
Rico, this is the comment that I'm trying to get you to
You can
understand.
no longer
'Cause
approach women in the
you're
US.
out of the game, brother. You're out of the game
I'm out the
because
game.
you're in a
I'm out the
relationship.
game. I'm out the
What
game.
we're seeing,
So,
what we're seeing and engaged in, and what we're touching, you're not seeing.
so
And
let
this
me
is the
ask you this.
argument that I have.
Okay.
Hold on, one second.
Go
Sorry.
ahead, go ahead.
Sorry about that, brother.
No, go ahead.
A lot of people, and like my blood is racing because a lot of people make a lot of comments about the dating space today in America, and they're not in it. Right? Remember, me and you talked. Me and you widely agreed that single aunts and uncles should not be giving advice to people in relationships. Right? Same type of situation. People that are married should not talk. That are happily married for years should not talk about the dating game because they haven't been in it. It is fucking toxic, and it is not viable for men and women to come together because a lot of women have checked out and a lot of men have checked out. But for the men that are still in the damn game, a lot of men that are still in the game trying, it is difficult to even approach a woman that because they got a time that you're supposed to approach them. Women always tell men that, oh, you should have known. Even in a relationship, you're married. Your wife probably has said to you, or a wife that you've had in the past, your ex-wife could have said to you, you should have known. Bitch, I don't know. I'm not psychic. Use your mouth and tell me.
I agree with that.
We don't know. I don't know when it's a good time to approach you. But we get to remember back in the days in the 90s, guys used to approach women. They made songs like No Scrubs and all this shit. They used to in New York City, you approach a woman, right? And I get it why the New York women are like that because they deal with a whole bunch of shit every day. But you approach a woman and you get disrespected to the point where I'm not approaching you bum ass nigga. Look at the dating space is so fucking toxic, and the results and the numbers are showing that. Go ahead.
This is the question. Okay, speaking of numbers, then explain to me the numbers of people that are committed in relationships. Now, the only number we really can count is marriages, but I'm like, still widely, people are still getting married, even in 2025. People are in relationships, and so that's what I'm trying to say. It's like
they're still getting married, but not in large numbers, brother.
Right, but this is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing all this despair, but I'm still seeing people. Not me. I'm watching people, even if they're not getting. Now I agree because I think fewer people are getting married every day because people believe less and less in marriage. But people are still in relationships. People are still having children. So I'm trying to figure out, then y'all got to explain to me how the fuck are all these unions still existing if it's apocalyptic? Because
I'm going to go on a limb and say that it's not.
Based on what you telling me, I should see nothing but women and women and men. And I don't see that.
Based on what off of what you're saying, the statistics, if the data was broken down, there are more single people today than in a relationship.
In a relationship, because we're not counting marriages.
I'll say marriage and a relationship, both.
Right, exactly.
There's more single people out here.
So you're saying more than 50% of the population is single in no type of relationship.
Single.
Men and women.
That's an obvious
a lot of people.
Right? That's a lot of people. Now there are people there is now you have the situation where there's one guy that's in a relationship with 10 bitches.
I'm just
5
saying,
of them know.
Right.
It's an ugly game right now.
I'm just saying we're saying more than half of the population. Forget that one guy with 10 women or the one woman with 10 guys. That 50% of all the men and 50% of all the women are completely single in no type of relationship. I don't mean marriage. I mean boyfriend, girlfriend. That's what I'm saying. Is that's you're telling me something that's a lot, and that's hard for me to believe. Knowing
according to Google, it says 69% of adults are in the U.S. are in relationships, whether married or living with a partner.
That's all I'm saying.
This is what
Google that's almost 70%.
Right. Now.
That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I'm telling you, my whole out of the dating. Now, that 30% is still a big number. That 30% is huge. And in that 30%, a lot of people may feel that way. That's all I'm just saying is in that 30%. If half of that 30% feel that way, it's gonna feel like everybody is. I'm just
let's
saying,
talk about black people because it says 48%.
Of what?
Black adults in the U.S. are currently unmarried, with 48% having
Unmarried.
About 30% of Black Americans are married, which leaves 70% that are not or in relationships.
No.
70% of us are not. This is what it's saying.
30%.
30% are married or in relationships, whilst it leaves 70% that are not. It's a fact.
Okay, and what does it say? That sounds too high, but go ahead.
It's alarming, but one wouldn't know unless, you know what I'm saying, you in that game. Know. Andy Morris in the building, salute. Linda Bulls, salute.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot of
So you saying all these white folks is in relationships and the black folks are not?
Well,
so
let's
now
start.
It's a race issue?
I mean, you can break it down like that. We have an issue in the black community that's bad.
Yeah,
we have an issue in the black community that's bad. But if we cannot look, if you can't get in the door, how can you transfer it to a relationship? If you can't have courting process or ability to talk to these women, Rico.
So I'm sitting there saying, but based on the information you just read, it's not a white issue because they're widely in relationships. Based on the data you just gave me, has to be, because 70% of the people are 70% of the population is in relationships. So that means the majority of them got to be white and then Hispanic.
But I'm gonna push back on that, because how the hell you got somebody going around saying, "Hey, you boyfriend and girlfriend"? That's wild.
I don't know. That's why I say. But by the same token, you can't. Do you got somebody? If you don't have anybody saying you boyfriend girlfriend, that's why I sit there. That's why I say I struggle with the. Is it apocalyptic as it seems like it's being described? I know of all the anecdotal stories, and believe me, all the instances that y'all bring up, I'm like, yeah, that exists. I know motherfuckers like that. I know women that fucked up. I know, matter of fact, I know toxic women and men in my family. So when y'all bring up examples, I'm like, yeah, I got blood relatives that's that fucked up. But then the circle of people I know are not that way. So
that's anecdotal. That's anecdotal also.
Right, exactly. So what I'm saying is, so from my experience, I'm not saying they don't exist. I just don't know at what degree or in what number. So yeah, the cheating is totally separate. I ain't got nothing to do with that.
That's tough. It's like when you fight so hard to get in a relationship, then you got to fight for that too.
But then TF, that means they're in extra relationships. They super relationships. I don't know. You see what? So them niggas certainly can't be complaining. They can't be in the conversation complaining about how bad it is, right? Because you got a wife and a bitch on the side you fucking. So how you gonna sit there in the conversation? And you know what's so weird though, B.O.B.? It'll be somebody like he described that'll be like, oh, these bitches ain't shit. Nigga, you got a wife and a side chick talking about bitches ain't shit.
Yeah, that's wild work. Now that I'll agree with you on. There's a lot of and I've been tapping these passport bros for a minute because something wasn't making sense to me where and I'll repeat it again, where the conversation was there's no good women in the States, but a lot of these guys ain't finding women overseas.
No better.
They're not wifing up, right? And I'm a part of that circle too. But I'm actively looking for something, right? I'm actively open to it.
Right. They'll say, oh, all these women in the States are single mothers. What are they overseas, B.O.B.?
I mean,
they got a higher single motherhood rate. Right.
You know how I feel about that.
Then they'll say, oh, they got too many bodies. What are the bodies like over there?
I'm not going to agree with you on that one. I won't agree with you on that one.
Their bodies ain't just as high as the ones in the States.
I'm not going to agree with you on that. I'm not. I can't agree with you.
You got evidence that they got a lower body count overseas.
It's about the same. It's about the same.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's higher. I'm saying it's the same. So what I'm saying is, so they talk about the single motherhood, same or higher, body count, same or higher, BBLs, same or higher, weaves.
I won't say that. I won't say that because they can't afford it.
In the
Can't
DR,
afford it.
in the DR,
They can't.
In the
Some
DR.
people, if you, I would say this about the DR. If
everybody
you
got a
took
BBL.
if you took a very a semi-accurate poll on who got BBLs, it's a small percentage because they don't got money. Now I'll give DR the credit that it deserves. They built naturally. You understand what I'm saying?
And here's the thing. By that
They
same
got them
by
birthday
that same
cakes.
by that same token, and believe it or not, the preponderance of belief that the BBL epidemic is as big as it is in the States, it's not. But what I will tell you is we got more visibility.
What do you mean it's not? What do you mean it's not? I'll tell you what it is.
I'm sitting there
The
saying
epidemic's huge in the States. Huge. Bigger than DR. Huge. I'm telling you, Rico. I be in these streets. I be in these streets.
You know what? No, not in the streets. We're gonna have to get data to back that up. And
BBLs is crazy.
we're gonna get data, and we're gonna see, because we, like I said, that's the beauty of the Google. We can look all this shit up, and I want to see what is the rate of BBLs in the States compared to the DR, compared to Brazil, so on and so forth.
Well, I can hit up one of the girls that works in the clinic.
My position is, without it being anecdotal, my position is I believe that BBLs in the States is less than it is in the DR and Brazil.
No.
Okay. No, but not on anecdotal. We got to look it up.
A lot of Brazilians, let's be clear. This is a misconception. This is a misconception of Brazil. It's called the Brazilian butt lift. Yes, it is. But a lot of Brazilians don't get it. They don't get it. A lot of Brazilians don't get it. Some do. What I seen down there, I didn't see a lot of Brazilians with these BBLs. Now, if you're in entertainment or you got a fitness channel or you selling some cheeks, yeah, there's a lot of women in there that probably do it for but a lot of normal, regular women don't do it. Now, versus the States, almost everybody got a BBL now in the States. Everybody. You can't move without it. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, man.
Okay.
BBL Central, bro. I know it because I hate it. I hate BBL. Okay. I don't want no BBL shorty. I don't like it. It's not my game. It's not my cup of tea. But BBLs is crazy in the States, bro. It's easier for an American to get a BBL compared to other countries. Thank you, Mo Black.
Wait a minute. How is it easier in the States?
Because we have the actual means to go get it. My homegirl that works in the clinic in Cali, Colombia, it's nothing but Americans there. They got houses for foreigners. They have systems where they pick them up from the airport, ship them back incognito. It's cheek heaven. DR, all the people, the women dying on the table, they were Americans.
Oh, I mean, right.
The BBL is crazy in the States.
Absolutely. I know that cosmetic tourism in the DR and Brazil is very high, and a lot of women in America went, but and prior to that, they were injecting their asses with glue, super glue, and tire shit,
silicone,
and all other kinds of silicone, all other kinds of fucked up shit, which is started with the Transformers. Because they didn't have money for actual surgery.
It says it right here in Google, Uncle Rico. The United States, particularly Miami, has become a popular destination for BBLs out of everywhere else. This is the major market. We are the
29,000 in the U.S. in 2023.
We are buying 30, those BBLs at a. You got rappers rapping about I'm gonna upgrade you and get you a BBL. Like, it's crazy. Go to Atlanta. The peaches are not real no more.
What I'm struggling with is I can't find the numbers in those other countries. I can find the numbers in the U.S. It's not giving the numbers in the DR.
They don't got the money for it. They don't got the money for it, Rico.
No. Let's not even pretend like. You're not gonna pretend like we're not gonna be that dishonest, okay? Even if their numbers are lower, let's not be dishonest and pretend like, because I can tell you all throughout Punta Cana, they are fucking flooded with it. Now it's
Punta Cana. It's Punta Cana.
Excuse me, it's the chicas and they're Dominican.
It's
the
Punta
cheaper.
Cana, bro. Where
Yes.
are the if you get a BBL, where you gonna go? You gonna take it to make some money to pay for it?
Yes,
That's
but
over there.
But that's my argument for why they're getting it is because first of all, what brought BBLs into prominence, even in the States? Strippers. They was getting it to make money, and then of course it tripped over into the regular population.
I would agree.
Right?
I would.
So the stripper mentality in the US is the chica mentality in the DR and Brazil and Colombia because the working girls get it, and then it trickles over sometimes into the regular population because they realize I can't compete with the working girls or the strippers. That's what it's all born out of. Same thing with the boob jobs and everything else. It started with entertainment, and then it trickled over into regular life.
The Americans are hands down killing the world in BBLs, bro. That's hands down. They're killing. The Americans is out BBL in the world, bro.
Believe me, I agree with you. Well, put it like this, okay?
Go to New York. Go to New York.
Okay, but the gist.
Go to Philly.
The gist of the conversation was all the things that they said, which we go down the list that they hated about women here. When we see them going overseas, it's the exact same thing. Now, argue that.
Eyelashes and real hair, you'll see that a lot more. Real hair, you'll see overseas versus here.
Not by much. Because there's a lot of fucking weaves. It's a lot. It's a lot. Let me tell you, India, all them bitches had that fucking.
The way these passport bros be pulling them weaves, bro.
Hear me out. They talk about they hate bonnets, right?
Yeah.
Every bitch in the DR wear a bonnet.
A Tubi.
It's a net. Exactly. That's all I want us to be is honest about the behaviors and the critique. I'm like, give the same fucking critique, the same.
But you know the difference, though, Rico.
Women here,
you know the difference between them chicks in the bonnets in DR and the chicks in the bonnet in the United States. You can actually approach the women in DR.
Okay, to say that
we have an approachable problem, and I think I think black women need to realize that and try to fix that, mitigate that, push that narrative.
But then my point is, they cheapen their argument because they never made the issue about approaching. They made the issue about superficial bullshit that you could. They made the issue about children. They made the issue about bodies, and it's like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Every nigga overseas with a chick is a stepdaddy. Which one of them niggas all of them know hooked up with a chick with kids? Who went over there got a chick with no kids?
I know some guys with shorties with no kids.
Excuse me. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
No kids or no kids living with them? Because some of them motherfuckers have kids and left with them.
She's never given birth to kids.
Okay.
The women the guys that I know.
It ain't a lot.
No, I mean it depends on what guys is looking for too.
It ain't a lot.
You have the pick. You have to pick to decide to be with somebody with no kids.
It ain't a lot. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what their reasoning is. All I know is most of them motherfuckers are over there with they playing stepdaddy, whether it's Thailand, Brazil, Colombia, DR definitely, because they start popping them out about 15, 16. Yes, they do.
I'm not going to argue with that. Like me, I've never subscribed to that because I got kids. So it is what it is.
Right. But I'm saying, so you can't make it, and that's always been my critique and criticism, is that you can't. Yeah, I've been to Miami. I know they got them. I know. I'm not disputing anything. This is what I'm not doing.
America's got more BLBs. Tax return time, BBLs go up, bro.
This is what I'm not disputing, guys in the chat. I'm not disputing anything y'all say about American women. I agree with it 100%. My issue is this notion that these motherfuckers overseas don't have those same issues. Is that what's making sense?
There are less women that you can run into overseas with no BBLs compared to, I'm not saying that you can't run into a lot of women here with no BBLs, but it is the numbers, even if you scale it to ratio per capita, we are blowing them out of the water, hands down.
Glenn B said none of the women I met in Brazil had no BBL. Not
Brazil
a
is not. Brazil is not. This is why I'm trying to tell people. Like you, at least when I was there for the months atop of months that I've been there, I didn't see it. Like you can see distinctively, she got a BBL in DR. You can see distinctively.
Yeah,
in
you
Colombia.
can absolutely.
Because what do they
Absolutely.
say? What the girl got a song. She goes, them BBLs killing y'all, and the thighs don't match.
I can spot. I know for me, I can
You
spot
can
it
see
a
it.
mile away.
Right.
So,
You
and
can
I
see
can tell you when I go to the DR, I see them everywhere. Everywhere.
Just crazy.
I see them everywhere. So all I'm sitting there saying is everything that y'all have said about American women, particularly American Black women, I agree with it 100%. What I'm saying is all of those flaws I see in the DR 1,000%. I swear I struggle to find the difference. Even to the point, and you know, BLB, even to the point on the attitude. Now, maybe they're more approachable. I'll give you that. But when you approach them motherfuckers, you think you approached a sister, because they'll give you that same fucking attitude, right or wrong.
Attitude is what?
Just maybe just in some things. And what I always tell, like my buddy Troy, who I talk to the most, right? Because he's single, and me and him talk about it a lot, right? And this is one thing that we always say, and this is where I put it on the Passport Bros and even foreigners as a whole. We've created a mentality in a lot of them because we spend so much time telling them how beautiful they are, this, that, and whatever. A lot of them bitches think their shit don't stink. A lot of them, you can't tell shit. I mean, ain't got two nickels to rub together. It ain't got nothing upstairs, but think because I aesthetically look away and that all you guys desire me, they think their shit don't stink. And that's the attitude I'm talking about. I see it whether you go into the bank, whether you go into the grocery store, all them motherfuckers think they're the finest thing in the world. And that's not true. But rather than I blame them, I blame us because I think a lot of us have projected that, and that's where they get that inflated sense of worth. So I do think they have an attitude for that reason. Like you'll tell a sister she a stank bitch if she look like a stank bitch. But I don't see niggas over there telling, Dominican. I don't see them treat they. I seen dudes sit there and talk about a fucking adjustable 4 about how beautiful. Just like what the fuck are you looking at?
Yeah, that was QB Passport. He was doing that dumb shit.
But a whole lot of dudes do that, man. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying over time, that gives a group of people an inflated sense of ego. So when you ask about attitude, because my man Troy, he been over there 4 going on 5 years. He's like, yeah, man. I said, yeah, because this is where they get that shit from us. They get it from us. The inflated, you know who will put a Dominican bitch in check? You know who will really bring that motherfucker down to earth in a heartbeat? A Dominican.
BLB?
No,
BLB?
a Dominican man.
Of course.
He put them motherfuckers in like, bitch, you ain't shit. Get the fuck out of here. But we don't do that. We don't do that. But I'm telling you, Glenn B, if you over there long enough, it will literally get to the point where almost all of them, because it's just we've conditioned them, especially if you're in the tourist places. Now, maybe if you're in a regular place where there's not a lot of foreigners, but if you're in a tourist area, man, you can't tell them motherfuckers nothing, because they've been being fed. Their ego has been being fed from foreigners so much. Hey, beautiful. Well, it could be a fucking waitress. They're being told that so much that.
Come on, Rico. Get it, Rico. Get this work, Rico. Get this work, Rico.
y'all gonna twist that shit.
Get this work. BLB Live in the building with Uncle Rico. He's finding out today what really goes on in the street.
I will not deny. Well, and I'll just say for me, every woman I've ever fucked with the U.S. had real hair, and they didn't wear bonnets. So I mean, y'all in the U.S. streets fucking with these bald head bitches. I don't know nothing about it.
That's all of Baltimore and Philly, bro. Let's keep it real, bro.
I don't know nothing about that. I don't know, but I ain't even never fucked with a chick with a short haircut.
She got that struggle. She got that struggle ponytail.
I ain't never. I just never had that.
How you get that rubber band around that right there?
And that shit looking like this, right?
I'm not saying all sisters do that. I'm just, I'm saying I'm talking about the hood boogers, Fundisha and them.
Right. And maybe that's what it is, because I'll be honest with you, even when I was young, I just never salute Yoso Kayla. I never struggled with that or dealt with that women with no hair and shit like that. I hear people say it all the time. I was like, damn, y'all.
Hold on, Rico. Mm-hmm. Kayla, you in the building. Kayla needs to be in here on this subject, man. Kayla, can you come in the building? Can you come in the building and talk about this? Because I really want to know. Kayla,
you drop the link for her.
I don't know if she'll slide in, but I'm gonna put the link for you. If you slide in, you slide in. I would love to hear a woman's perspective on this. You know what I'm saying?
Because I'm trying to defend y'all, Kayla.
And I also want to see if she got pictures of her struggle ponytail. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
Hey, yo. Oh man, Kayla, hop in if you can. If you can, it's okay. But Rico, go ahead, brother.
No, I'm just sitting there saying
mad at you today. You got people mad at you today, bro.
They got real hair under their bonnet. But I didn't. Yeah, dudes have, but for the most part, all I'm just sitting there saying is, if I look at all of the deficiencies that I've heard these guys make it their business to get all out of sorts about black women, then I'm like, I really expected them to go overseas and get something different. And I'm like, y'all niggas going over there getting the same shit.
Nah, it's not like that, bro.
Even to the point, look, here's even to the point. Speaking of Sosua, let's go back to Sosua. The mayor, right? The mayor of Sosua. So I know you know what happened with him, right?
I still didn't see that video, man.
They did the video. You need to tell me the video. And I just listened to it. And I'm like, so I don't know how many kids, but he got kids over in the DR. So he going through hell with a Dominican. I was like, that ain't a black woman. That sound like some straight Keisha shit. Getting stabbed up in the courts and all this other shit. So I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? Y'all told me that all this shit was gold. So if all this shit is gold, then what Taylor Made went through with his baby mama? What's going on? These is Dominican women. They got their hair. They got their motherfucking hair. What's going on? Y'all gonna have to explain this shit to me, because I know a lot of stories about bodies in the fucking streets.
Oh shit! Kayla hopped in the building. Oh man, Kayla in the
I heard something about a struggle ponytail, and I said, "Oh no!"
Rico had said that you might have had old pictures of your struggle ponytail. Mm-hmm. I told him he shouldn't be talking about you like that.
No one don't have no pictures of me with no type of little ponytail.
Kayla, I said no such thing. I was up here defending my beautiful black queens, telling them that because they talked about the bonnets. And I said, y'all always talking about black women wearing bonnets, but all the women in the DR, they wear fucking bonnets too. And
of course.
Somebody jumped in the chat and said, well, at least they got their real hair underneath.
Which so they do.
All of them. Not all of them.
Okay. Kayla, go ahead and give us the map, because Kayla, she knows the women over there. You know what I'm
I
saying?
just came in, so I'm sorry.
So
I saw you were live. I was on TikTok, so I saw you. I just got off, so I
I give
came
you
over here and
a
saw you
brief
were
quick
live.
rundown. I was basically telling him how I find it incredible that all the passport bros and all the brothers, they check off all this stuff about what about black women in America that's unacceptable. And then I see them go to the DR or Brazil or Colombia and get the same thing. So they'll say women
Oh,
with body counts. We know what the body counts are like. Women with
mm-hmm,
children. We know they all got children. Women with
mm-hmm.
bonnets. I'm like, they all wear bonnets. Now, this is the only point of contention. BLB, and you can tell me better or let me know. He swear up and down, along with the peanut gallery in the chat. He actually is delusional enough to believe that they have a low rate of BBLs in the DR. I'm like, are you fucking
No, I
crazy?
didn't say that. What I said was, compared to the states, it is nowhere near close.
I disagree.
Ask
Percentage
Really? You
Kayla.
wise,
think so?
Ask
You think
Kayla.
so, BLB?
thank
Compared
you.
Uh,
to the states.
I mean, you know what? Because usually when I go back home to the States to go visit, I go to Florida. So when I go to Florida to go visit my family, there's a lot of women that have BBLs, but
Hmm.
majority of them are like Dominican or Colombians.
They
Thank
still
you.
So I
American. Hold
think
on,
they,
hold on. They're still American. They're still
No,
American. You
but
cannot let's
okay, but
okay,
they're
sorry,
but
Rico.
from,
Hold on
but they're
one
they're
second.
from
right.
they're
It
from the
don't matter where they're
islands.
from. Their
Meaning
nationality is American.
Kayla, they brought that fucking
Okay.
BBL with them.
Hold on, no.
Yeah,
Hold on. You
that's
got
what I
a
thought.
whole
They
bunch
got
of
it just
you
dead
got a
back at home. And go
you
ahead,
got a lot of
BLB.
black women with BBLs. Didn't K Michelle just take hers out? Come on,
Yes,
man.
it was fucked
Stop
up.
playing.
Right,
Keisha Cole just got a BBL.
but Kayla,
Damn.
this is the
Tamar
interesting.
Braxton just
This
got
is
a
the
BBL.
so
Oprah
Oh,
got a
so
I
BBL.
don't know about all them.
number wise, yeah, we
Tyler
got
Perry
more.
got a BBL.
Listen. Number
You better
wise,
not.
we got more because we got
Saucy
more
Santana
people in
got
the
one.
state. We got more people in the state, so number wise, we got more. But I said
That's what I'm
percentage
saying.
wise, he tried to tell me. I said the same way the BBL epidemic in the states started with strippers, it started with chicas overseas, and they did it for money to get more clientele, and then it just went. I don't know. I think BLB, like the rest of the guys in the chat, believe when they see those blowed up inflated asses, they believe they're real. And I'm like,
No,
no, they're not. That's
I
work.
know.
I
I'm a,
mm,
I
That's
investigate.
work.
I investigate Rico because I don't like BBLs for myself. I don't.
That's work. I'm telling
why?
you.
Tell me why. And just a question, and for you too, Rico. Do you have
Mhm.
a problem with women that have that? I know some
I do.
guys like
No,
real.
I do.
Okay. And
You
what
I,
is
want to
I,
your
know why,
problem
Kayla?
with it?
listen,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I have a
Okay.
problem with it. Number one, any woman that does that extreme mutilation to her body has a self-esteem issue, and she needs some help. It's a mental illness, right? To do all of that to her body for what? What are you doing it for? What is the gain of doing it for? We just went through a whole conversation the last couple of weeks of feminism and allowing women to be in, or women fighting for the rights to be in their naturalness or whatever the fuck they want to do and
hold on for
be
1 second,
recognized.
BLB.
Hold on, hold
Wait,
on,
wait,
people.
wait,
Let
wait,
me
wait,
cook.
wait.
And we're not allowed. I'm sorry for using that word because I'm sounding wild. But women getting into their situation where they could do and say and be who the fuck they want to be, and now you throw BLB, you throw body, you're putting this shit on your body for who? You're not doing it for yourself. You don't put those pictures in Instagram for yourself. Back in the day, we used to take pictures and keep it in our phone. Or we didn't put we take pictures and it sits on the counter in your mama's house. They're taking pictures for social media, for likes, for people to give them
Mm,
gratification. You're not doing it for yourself. That was the biggest lie that these women fucking cooked up. So they go get these BBLs, and what's the first thing that they do? You can't even talk to them no more in the neighborhoods. They are on fucking Love and Hip Hop. They're in somebody's fucking VIP lounge, or they're in a fucking they're trying to chase basketball players. They turn from the regular Letitia in the hood to the throat goat of the NBA, and that's what they do. That's the pathway to it. All these BBL bitches have problems. They have mental illness problems, their self-esteem. Anybody that's doing some shit like that has a self-esteem problem. That is the fact. I'm not trying to shame them. That is the exact fucking truth. So I don't want a woman in my presence that is not basking in her femininity and basking in the love for herself. Because if you don't love yourself, bitch, you can't love me.
I can't wait till I catch you with another chica with a BBL. I'm gonna let your ass have it.
Oh my God. Listen, my team is in here. My team is in here from the PLPU. They will tell you that BLB don't like BBLs. And none of them that's been with me outside has ever seen me with one.
Kayla, let me say that. Okay, and hold on, Andy Morris. It's always been a percentage because obviously I can't say that the numbers in America is less because America has 330 million people. The DR has 11. So we know the total number of BBLs is going to be bigger in the U.S. But percentage-wise, that's the only thing when we're talking about the U.S. and the DR. We can't equate it in total numbers. That's silly.
The ratio is not even close. Even if you scale it, it's not even close.
Yeah. So that's what I'm sitting there saying. Is so I'm not.
Kayla knows there's some big booty chicks in the DR natural.
I'm not moving.
Yeah, that's true.
That.
That's
and
facts.
again,
that's
and again,
facts.
let me be clear. I never said I had a problem with BBLs. I was ticking off all of the things that men said what they didn't like about women in America. And BBL was on the list. So I was like, so why are they going overseas to the DR and being with women with BBLs? Because if you're saying you don't like black women because of bonnets, you don't like them because of BBL, you don't like them because of weave, you don't like them because of kids, you don't like them because of high body count, and then you go over to the DR, I'm like, they all got the same shit. That's my issue. It's not like I got a problem with any of it. It's you niggas don't have a problem with it unless it's with black women.
If you're saying it's there as well, I will agree with you. But if you're saying it's on the same plane, the same level, and the same numbers, no,
I think the BBLs percentage-wise is.
It's not.
Brother. I think percentage-wise,
but you're not in those streets, Rico. I'm in those streets. I'm in those clubs. I'm in those clubs. I'm not talking. I'm talking. We're talking everywhere. We're talking Colombia, Brazil. We're talking Ecuador. I'm in them streets. I don't see BBLs like that. The only time I see BBLs, I'm gonna tell you, my right hand of God. The only time I see BBLs on a consistent basis is in the 304 sector. That is there.
I'm starting to wonder, would you know one if you actually saw it?
Man, if it don't look right and it don't look like, I'm gonna ask questions. Did you have the good thing about Colombia? The good thing about Colombia,
you thinking they're real butts and they're not.
No. The good thing about Colombia is they will be honest with you about their surgery because in Colombia, that type of thing is normal to them. It is like second nature. You know what I'm saying? DR, you can almost tell because she goes way too big. You know what I'm saying? Them doctors are horrible in DR. They're horrible. So you can kind of tell.
Yeah.
And then if you beat on it hard enough, you know what I'm saying? Like I do, Rico, you know, I be tearing it up. You know what I'm saying? I be in there.
Goodness,
you know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying is that we need not act like these women overseas aren't doing the same shit that women in the States are doing. They're doing the same shit. That's all I'm saying. And this whole we because we reviewed a video with BMT arguing with Anton, and again, it's like he was twisting himself in the pretzels, trying to make it seem like, oh, you don't understand. These women, we're getting virgins. Like, you ain't getting no fucking virgins in these countries. You ain't getting no virgin in Pattaya. Stop playing. And when they paying dowries and they doing this and they doing that, I'm like, no. All the shit that y'all complain about in the States, you going overseas and now you're paying for it. That's what it is.
Say it ain't so, Kayla.
Whatever. No one ain't seen me nowhere getting no freaking estimate for a BBL.
You got the brochure? Oh,
whatever.
Man.
These cheeks, my cheeks are natural. Everything back there is natural.
Well, I mean, you ain't on camera. Nobody can see. Did you get you got the marker done on you? Like, what happened?
Even if you could see, if I could pull down my shorts and show you right now.
No, we don't. I mean, we don't.
Channel will be taken down.
Are you still in the DR, Kayla?
I'm in Europe right now.
That's what I thought. Are you in London?
I'm in England right now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't realize I saw you in the algorithm. I was surprised. How was it? How you like it?
I'm good. I'm visiting my parents. My parents live here.
Oh,
So,
okay. I didn't know that. All
uh-huh.
right.
I'm
I
from
thought maybe you
England.
relocated.
So,
I thought you
no,
said
I'm
From
from
the
overseas.
here.
DR.
So, I just took a
She
trip back home to
Okay, cool.
visit.
That's
Uh-huh.
she's
great.
over there eating beans and toast.
I sure am not. I'm definitely
All
eating
right,
some
cool.
American.
Cool. Excellent. Excellent. I just saw you on and you were it said London. I was like, damn. I just was surprised about it. I ain't stalking you or
I'm gonna
nothing
get
like
you,
that.
BLB. Yeah, I've been traveling. I've been to like Scotland, and I went
Cool.
to Italy, Germany,
Cool.
here. So I just want to go to two more countries before I head back to DR. So yeah,
If
two
you
more.
haven't been, I would say Paris is a vibe.
Oh, I've been there millions of times, but you know
Okay.
what? I think out of the 26 countries I visited, they are the rudest people in Paris. They
Really?
are
Rico,
just yes.
you didn't know she
They
was a military brat and she traveled the world,
Nah,
bro?
I didn't. Nah, I
She's
didn't.
she's a traveler.
I
Me and
like
Kyla
yeah.
we used to have those conversations a lot about her
Yeah,
travels.
even
Yeah.
my what's it called? What's it, when I lived in the States, I had culture shock. So, when everyone used to be on YouTube talking about like the American woman versus the woman in other countries, I used to be
Mm-hmm.
like, I do see what you guys, because I saw a difference when I had moved from the States. Obviously, I was older. I was like 26
Mm-hmm.
when I had moved there, 26, 27. And I saw the difference, what a lot of, people here in the travel community talk about, oh, I'd rather go to other countries because the women act like this in the US and act like that. And I was like, well, at least I do see the difference between how the women act, stateside compared
Let
to
me
where I was brought
let,
up in Europe, you
okay,
know.
let me ask you a question though, because I'm glad you brought that up.
Uh-huh.
Um, so you see the difference in their behavior or how they act.
Mm-hmm.
What what would you base that on as the reason for that?
Good question. Well, just being, raised and surrounded by the military community, I don't know. It's just
Now, I'm
they
talking about
were
these
the what?
foreign women, not you.
Okay,
These
I,
women in these other countries.
the
So say the
women.
DR. You've been in
Hmm.
the DR for a while. Do you think
Yes,
that those women act better? And if so,
I
what
don't.
do you think is the reason for it?
I don't hear women in the DR like the women in the States saying, I'm independent, I could do all good by myself. I don't need no man. I
Mm-hmm.
don't it's like I feel like a lot of women I've noticed are like angry in the US.
Okay.
It's always like a situation where a lot of women seem very angry, and that was something I just didn't understand because no one has a perfect relationship. People go
Mm-hmm.
through breakups all the time, but I just feel like compared to Europe, living in Europe in different countries and also living in the Dominican Republic, um, you hear people talk about breakups, but you don't hear women like saying, "Well, I don't need no man,"
Well,
and
let me ask you
I
a
don't.
question.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of the DR, do you think that there are many really? Do you think that women are in a position to be independent in the DR, or are they still wildly
Mm,
dependent on men?
that is a
The
great
country to
question.
yeah, because that's
Um,
what I think. What I find is they which I absolutely hear women in the states say I don't need a man, and I try to tell men I'm like because they don't. Our society
mhm,
has dictated it in a manner so that women could be independent of men and still survive. When I look at these
mhm.
other countries, a lot of these women will not survive without a man. They will
And
be in a
mhm.
real fucked up situation. So it sounds yeah, it would be stupid of them to say that because most of them overwhelmingly, without a doubt, need a man.
Mm. And I have a lot of friends in DR that I'm
Dominican women.
around that,
Yeah.
yeah, Dominican women that are Dominican that do have their own homes and have good jobs. They work at the hospital, or they work for a what is it called, like like a call center company where
Hmm.
they're making, American money. They're working through a company through Miami, and they have their own apartments. They're single. Some of them are single mothers taking care of their kids. They don't have anything to do with the baby's fathers because of whatever's happened in the past,
So they're not behaving
and
any
so
differently, then are they?
who's that?
Those
The
women that you just described, the single
I'm just
mothers with American money, living on their own, raising
Oh,
their
not
kids.
all of them. Just
Right.
I just know two of my friends that work at the call center, but like I said, a lot of them are single mothers and they have their own homes. They don't, you know,
So
they're
Kayla,
not
he's
living
trying
with
to ask you.
family under, you know, a roof with 5 other people. They are doing their own thing and making it without the baby father's help, you know, because since the father
Yeah.
doesn't want to be in their life.
Right. So the
Yeah.
question is,
He's trying to ask you if they go ahead, Rico. Sorry.
if in fact these women that you just described,
Mm-hmm.
that sounds like an American woman.
But they're
No.
not
That's
saying
what
they
I'm
don't want a
saying.
man. They're not. They're
Right.
just.
They
I'm just
don't
saying
say
they're just single. Yeah.
So absent that statement, in
Mhm.
every other way, they're independent. They're
Mhm.
operating independently. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? They're not
Yeah.
But they
sitting waiting on the
they
man to
still
come and
hold
sit.
those Rico, they still
Hear me
hold those
Right.
cultural values where they treat a man like a king over there, even if they have a
Yes.
job. That's
Mhm.
Kayla right there. She got a gang of girls.
Is it right?
She
And
got
that's
a
why I'm
gang of
asking
girls.
her. And that's why I'm asking you, because I think it's and yeah, but can that be attributed to being brought up in a culture where I'm just gonna say it, where women are second class citizens?
Oh.
I think that's fucking undeniable about the DR.
Mhm.
You would argue that?
I'm arguing the fact that can't
No, I'm
something just be
asking.
right?
No,
Can't something
she
just
is
be
right.
right? But hold on.
I'm
The way you're
asking
saying
her-
it is it's a net okay because
I'm
they treat
asking-
men
right.
in a good way. That go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm saying they treat men in a good way, like the DR, just like countries in Africa, just like countries in Asia. We're just going to pretend like those societies are not very male dominated in every fucking thing. And in a society where one gender dominates the other, that all of a sudden you're now trying to tell me that you expect the same. American women know they're like, fuck a man. What can we do to them? We put our hands on them, we going to jail. We can't do shit to them. They know that. That same
I like
freedom
that.
or
Some
sense of
stuff.
safety and security don't exist for a lot of women in a lot of other countries.
Did you just say what I thought you just said, Kayla?
What?
She said she
You weren't
likes that
supposed
one.
to hear that, POV.
You said it loud enough for
said what?
everybody to hear, your freaky ass.
No,
You better chill out.
No one didn't hear anything.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear nothing. If it was sexual, I didn't hear.
Sorry, Rico. I'm sorry, Rico.
No, that's okay.
Yo,
I was just pointing out that fact that do you think that if you're a woman, if you're brought up
I
in a
love it.
society where you know you have a sense of security and you don't feel a threat of that the law or whatever is going to protect you, and then you're in another society where you know, okay, I better watch my fucking mouth because we know femicide is a high. Domestic violence is off the fucking chain in the DR. Or am I making that up?
Yes, it is.
Am I making
that's
that up,
also
Jayla?
is that also
how many?
in the
I
States
have-
too?
I have met many men that have served over 20 years for killing their wives, and I was like, wow.
This
So there's
is
not.
normative.
But for cheating, yeah,
behavior.
walking in on their wives or finding out their wives are having an affair, the men are very jealous in DR. You're right.
So Kayla, that is a normative part of the society, and we're dismissing that as if that has nothing to do with how women respond in said society. Yeah,
I'm not gonna let you do that, brother. I'm not gonna let you do that, brother.
Off and I cannot fucking wake up.
I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm not gonna
Okay,
let
go
you
ahead.
equate. We're gonna get intellectual now. I'm not gonna let you equate the fear of domestic violence to suggest that women treat a man a certain way that is viable for that's viable for a relationship to be sustained. It's not.
No.
It is culture. They're culturally taught that from
Yes.
little girls to be able to take care of the house before a man even enters their mind. Those little girls are cooking and cleaning in the damn house before anything. And we're just
My mother
saying
had
they
to do
understand.
the same.
Yes.
Being
But
Cuban American, my mother had to do the same.
It has nothing to
Yeah.
do with an ass whooping or be a threat of death because they're doing what they should do according to the Bible. Continue on, sir.
You're right. Okay. Like you
Counsel
said,
rest.
your mother had to do the same. But thank you, counselor. Your mother had to do the same. However, she did out of a sense of duty. Then you can have another group of women who do out a sense of obedience. Same as like I say, if you know the consequence of disobedience,
Rico, they
would
do it
be
every day.
physical.
They do it every day. With
Listen,
Kayla's right here. She'll tell you those
Yes.
women do the same shit whether a man's in their house or not.
Mm-hmm.
they do
It
what?
don't change.
Well,
They
That's
do
how
the
they were
same
raised.
things.
That's how they
They
were
cook,
raised. from a
clean,
young
and
age.
serve every day in their house. That's how they're raised. It's not has
That's how
nothing to
they're
do with a man
raised.
there
My
or
mother
not.
was raised
Yes.
that way too. My mother's
Listen,
Cuban descent,
exactly.
so she was
Exactly.
raised that way
And,
too.
by the, and here's the whole point
yeah.
is what I'm sitting there saying is I'm
I
not
got you, Rico.
no, I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm sitting there saying is you guys are literally if you so we are going to say that women who are raised in America who at once in their life were not women, they were little girls. They were never taught. This is what we're saying that women in America were brought up absent any, you just called it cooking and cleaning, right? You just called it cooking and cleaning.
Taking care of your house, whatever it entails.
Right.
Mhm.
So women in America, little girls in America, were never taught that. This is what we're trying to project. I understand what they don't do as women. I'm saying because you guys are telling me that it came from that's the way they were raised. I'm telling you also that American women were raised the same way. However, one deviated away from that, the other still stayed. And what's the difference in the deviation? Because you're not going to tell me that little girls out here are not being taught to cook and clean up as little girls. I don't give a fuck about that being an independent woman.
They're not, Rico. They're not. Not in
So
the States.
who's doing the cooking and cleaning? The mother?
Uber Eats and DoorDash. Goddamn.
People are Uber Eating and Door Dashing.
I promise you, there are recipes in the black community that have been lost because these women are not learning to cook.
Y'all
and clean,
are literally
right?
telling me.
I'm telling you, it's a fact.
You're
brother.
literally telling me, writ large, that the overwhelming majority.
I'm taking off my eyeball glasses for this one, Rico.
This is what I wanted y'all to. I just want us to hear this and say this: that the entirety of the black community in America is being fucking, irregardless of the fact that probably half of us are living in poverty. So I like to know who the fuck buying all this Uber Eats.
Us,
I like to know
Rico.
who's paying for it. Because
Rico.
We're not doing that.
I know families that have lost family recipes because their children didn't grow up to learn those recipes. Big Mama ain't around. Big Mama is the same age as the mama. How the hell you gonna have?
We're not talking about. We're talking about the entirety of the black community. Who the fuck is feeding them, and how are they being fed? If it's not Uber Eats, it's being done in the home. It has to be one or the other.
Rico, in Dorchester, Massachusetts, where I'm from, a girl invited me to her crib. You know what she cooked? Instant mashed potatoes and canned corn.
I get that. Kayla, can you
and says she's a chef. She had a nerve to put that on Snapchat and said, I'm a chef.
Tell me what you believe, absent the anecdotal stories. Who would you believe is feeding the majority? Is it Uber Eats or is someone cooking?
People are going out more, Rico.
People are definitely going out more. I would say.
Explain that to me, to the population that's living in poverty.
McDonald's.
That's living. That's what they're doing.
My favorite place to cook out.
We're literally saying 365 days a year. This is how people in poverty are living.
Okay, so you get $400 worth of food stamps. You're buying ready-cooked meals or microwave dishes or something you throw in the air fryer. You're not cooking from scratch no more, Rico.
I didn't say
you're doing air fry meals.
I'm not saying cooking from scratch. I'm saying cooking because we have to eat. We have to eat every day. We have to.
I'm sorry, Rico. My family's from the South, brother. I don't want no meal that came out of a box. You go to DR, what they do? They go to the butcher and get their meat fresh. Some of them bring the chicken and get killed the same day and cook that from scratch. Everything from scratch. That's missing.
I got 100 instances of a sorry motherfucking bitch doing some sorry shit. I
Well,
get
it's a lot of them, Rico.
not.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
Unfortunately,
There is a lot of. I'm not taking that away. I'm just sitting there saying is when we're talking about a population, it's 43 estimated 45 million black people. If 20 million of them are women, y'all are blowing my mind telling me that all
you're a
these women
feminist, brother. You're a
listen,
feminist. You're missing the fact that
even
feminism
even
has put into the women's mind to say that they don't want to be.
numerically,
There were women that hate being in the kitchen
this is
because
what
they
I'm
feel
saying.
like it is a cultural weight on their
BLB,
legs to
BLB,
keep them pent down. They don't
BLB,
want to cook, brother. I'm
BLB.
telling
What
you.
I'm saying is it is
Go ahead. I'm gonna
numerical
shut up.
nonsense. It's numerical nonsense to say at a rate of 20 million people. You can tell me a couple million. Okay, I'll give you that. But you're talking about too many goddamn people for me to believe nobody's cooking and nobody's teaching their children how to feed themselves.
But again, you're
This
not
is
in these streets.
insane.
You're not in these streets, Rico. You're not in
I'm
these
just
streets.
saying the numbers defy logic.
It
I
does.
think
And this is why sometimes you have to
This is
believe at some
hyperbolic.
point. I get it, Rico. At
That's what I'm
sometimes when you strongly disagree with the wave of things that's happening, sometimes like I didn't believe that a lot of people were leaving the Democratic Party until I put my own situations and my own hatred with the Democratic Party and I put it against what other people were saying. And then the election happened and it showed that happened. Now I'm telling you right now, what we've been saying and what these guys have been saying, some messages are fucked up and they don't make sense. Yes. But the underlying message about what's in these streets is really fucking happening. Women, you talk, women don't want to cook. You got bitches on Instagram saying, I don't like cheesecake, but I'm not going to cook this nigga a meal because I don't cook. You got women that say, I know a little bit, but I'm not cook. It's not happening, Rico. It is overwhelming.
I'm taking it out of the relationship realm. I'm taking it in a mother with children, like Kayla said, single mother, got 3 kids. She got to feed her fucking kids. I'm not seeing how a large population of these poor mothers, working poor mothers, are being able to feed. First of all, they're not feeding them on fucking Uber Eats because they just
Rico,
don't have the income for it.
Rico, the supermarkets sell meals that the kids can heat up in the microwave.
I know the microwave.
Pizzas that you can cook for 5 minutes. That's what they're getting.
So we're saying that this is what our children are being sustained on because we're talking 365 days a year. This is what kids are eating is microwavable meals 365 days a year, year after year after year.
Yes.
Then we should have we should have a lot of dead black children.
Good evening, everybody. Rico, I like you since I've seen you in the lives. You got a lot of shit you need to see. I don't know how much you be in the trenches. Yes, EBT, people can get Uber Eats with EBT. I know plenty of chicks that be feeding their kids with Uber Eats, and no, they do not teach these young girls how to cook or clean. It is not.
Hold on, Glenda Bull. Tell them where you reside at.
I'm in North Carolina.
That's it. It's blasphemy to hear that coming from the South.
I go like, trust and believe. I know chicks that have lived. I'm not from here. I'm from CT, but I've been down here over 20 years. I go like, trust and believe. What you think is going on isn't going on. You have to realize your age. What happened when you were my age ain't happening no more. It's not happening.
I'm telling you, Rico.
I've been down south and I've been in North Carolina.
Everybody in the chat's telling you.
And I ain't met one chick that can cook. Now her grandmother and her mother can cook, but she cannot cook. Sorry. What you think is going on in America, in the black community, it is not.
Everybody's telling you in the chat, Rico, it is worse than what you think it is, brother. They telling you in the chat. Pizza, ramen noodles. Women leave. Look. Back in your day, the kids used to sit with Big Mama. Do your homework, come sit with Big Mama. Remember, Big Mama is almost phased out. There's no longer Big Mama. Big Mama is basically, Big Mama is the same age as the mother. Like, it's crazy. It's wild work. There is none of that.
Rico,
in the military community
girls be at the club with their mother. I've seen girls at the club with their mother because they're so close in age. I've seen it multiple times.
Plus the fact that you got to take into sorry, Glenn. Sorry, bro.
Mhm.
Plus the fact you got to take into the feminist movement. Now, the feminist movement, whether you like it or you hate it, women have checked out. They want the freedom to work, make their money. They ain't got no time to be learning big mama's recipes. They don't got no time for that. Some of them start out. Hold on. There's one more part. I'm gonna shut up. Some of them start out. Some of these women have kids when they're young, 4, 5, 6 kids in the hood. They don't got time to learn those lessons. It's too late. They got to make meals right on fast, ready to go, instant everything. Something the kids can make. Put in the air fryer. Put in the microwave. There is no old school cooking going on. So when you go to when a man that cannot approach a woman in the streets anywhere, in the gym, in the restaurants, in the bars, in the streets, in the damn and anywhere that they ask to, they don't want to be approached. Then you take on the fact that they're not cooking or cleaning or doing anything in the home. When you go to DR, you fall the fucking love. You fall the fucking because you don't ask for it. And on top of that, you getting sloppy top, and you didn't ask for that either. So how these men are falling in love?
Rico, I got chewed out. I got chewed out a couple months ago just for opening up a door for a female. She was trying to fight me just for opening up the fucking door. And that's all I did. I wasn't trying to holler at her nothing. I opened up the damn door. She was like, "Nigga, did I ask you to do that?" And damn near was trying to square up with me just because I opened the door.
I want to apologize to you for doing that because I didn't know. So I was joking.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
I would never. I'm joking.
Square up with me because I opened up the door.
Okay, but let me just say
at a QT.
I will say this. Well, I readily acknowledge that that the truth that you guys speak about the behavior of some, because I've seen it myself. Again, like I said, I'm not saying that these instances that you guys describe don't exist. It's hard for me to believe it exists in the numbers, and I'll tell you why. Because even though I'm not in those trenches, I have daughter-in-laws and daughters who all cook, who all know how to cook. So for me, it's hard for me to see, sometimes do they order pizza and some shit like that? No, but they regularly come home and cook for their children. And these are single mothers. So I'm just sitting there saying it's strange to hear. I've seen both sides of it. And that's why I'm just not ready to put all my weight to say that all of it is one side.
But you heard your key word.
We're telling you right now.
No. You heard your key word, Rico. You heard your key word. The women you see.
Right. That's what I said.
The women you see. But the mass majority of women. I'm 30. I'm 39. I'll be 40 the 25th of this month. From my age below, the cooking shit, the cleaning shit. You ask a girl to clean the toilet after herself. You might have a fucking argument. And she should clean after herself because she used the goddamn restroom.
Right. And that's the only thing I'm saying is I absolutely agree with you guys. But even Jay Mitch said, which is that's what I'm struggling with, is like, it's bad, but like he said, not to the I'm struggling with is it to that?
I'll give it to you like this, Rico. There's something simple that I saw in Dominican Republic and Brazil, that the simple shit that a lot of these young mothers aren't teaching them. Shit, shaving your fucking legs is something that's a lot of chicks fucking don't even do the simple hygiene. Shaving under your arms, shave your fucking legs. It's not. I go like, not saying all, but a lot of them don't have what the old school generation had.
But see, this is.
I know how to make rolls, and I haven't met a chick that know how to make rolls from scratch. My grandmother taught me that. That's crazy.
Thing, like when me and B.O.B. was talking earlier, when he was making fun about the ponytail shit, and like I said, they said it. Somebody in the comments said, Dominican women got real hair under their bonnet, and I'm like, I'm like, why is that such a special thing?
That shit right there don't do nothing for me. I could care less if you got fake hair, bald headed. I don't give a shit about that.
They make the statement like, I'm like, now y'all telling me all black women in America run around bald headed? You see what I'm saying?
A heavy percentage of them, man.
Is it?
A heavy percentage of them is. I can only speak where I'm at in North Carolina.
struggling with that.
Where I'm at, I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of them is bald headed.
See, I'm struggling. That's what I'm saying. This is what. See, now y'all know why I'm getting. I'm like, God damn, they all bald headed. They can't cook. Just like, I'm
Okay,
like,
in
what
my
the hell
world,
y'all doing?
none of that stuff matters to me.
Right.
My main thing is I'm a person. I reciprocate the energy that is given to me, and the energy that I'm getting here is crazy because people want these six-figure dudes when they don't realize the percentage makes no sense. You're gonna sit there and say you want a black man in six figures when I think there's only 1 or 2% in the whole entire fucking country that makes
Right.
six figures. And I go like, I'll give you an example. I went on a blind date with a chick. She worked at Chick fucking Filet and trying to knock me, and I work at a fucking hospital.
Yeah, I mean, for most of that, I think yeah, people,
What
and definitely
kind
black
of shit is
men,
that?
they ask
I'm sorry.
for. I think people ask for silly shit, things that they don't qualify for, they don't deserve, but they ask for it, and I don't never place a whole lot of energy because some motherfucker you can ask to be president, motherfucker. I'm not voting for you, so I mean, what do I care? You know what I'm saying? I hear guys. I'm like, why y'all keep worrying about some $20,000 a year chick asking for a six-figure man? She wouldn't know one if she saw one. What difference does it make?
Exactly.
So I just those are the things that it's like when it's put into the conversation, I'm like, we should be bigger than that.
Oh no,
But I
I'm
get it.
agreeing with you. We
I
should
get
be.
it. It's annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
It's
I like
annoying and it
example
would
when
piss me
I
off, but
exactly when I started traveling just off Jump Street,
mhm,
all the women in my family started calling me a passport bro, and I don't even get on that type of time. And I'm just
right,
like, just because I got a passport, and the crazy thing is none of them have a passport. Just
right.
because I was the different one of the family, they were just like, oh, you da, 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 da. But you can't go on none of my social medias and find nothing because that's not the type of time I'm on. I went through a medical scare, and I just said, I don't know how much I got left. So I'm going to live life. And I started traveling. But I goes like, but just because I got one, I'm a passport bro because I'm a black man with a passport. That ain't no bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. I goes like, so please. Oh, and by the way, Kayla, thank you very much. You probably don't remember me for getting that transportation when I went down to DR. You probably don't remember me, but it was a couple years ago. You helped me get a ride and stuff from the airport.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
If you remember, yeah.
Okay.
He was the one that was trying to touch your booty.
No, I never even met you in person. Now you helped me out get that transportation from the airport to the zoo. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. No, you're welcome. Okay, I wouldn't even have thought of it if you didn't say
Where
nothing.
Rico, did you run? Did you run from this work? Ramen noodles,
No,
chicken
no,
tenders, and hot dogs.
no. Here's the crazy thing about it is I actually got a little help in the chat because, like I said, they said you wanted to tell me all about the hair. Backpack Val came in and said Dominican women wear weaves and wigs too. They
Of course
invented
they
it.
do.
Of course they do.
Okay, but see, but they told
Mhm.
me when I said about the bonnet, well, at least they got their hair underneath. Yeah, a fucking wig and weave.
Pause. Okay, let me clear. Hold on, Rico.
Kayla. All I'm trying to say is again, it keeps going back to
Hold on,
me
Rico.
making clear that everything y'all say about black women is true. I just can't see how you end up going overseas, and if wigs and weaves bother you, okay, why the fuck are you in the DR? Because they all wearing wigs and weaves.
Hold on, Rico.
But I'm a feminist.
Rico, watch your damn mouth when you talk about my chicas, all right? Let me tell you this.
See, Kayla, but that makes me a
Rico.
feminist because I'm like, goddamn,
No,
everybody
Rico.
wearing weave.
You just said everybody. No, there's a
wearing
higher
weave.
percentage. There's an obvious gross high percentage of women in the DR that use their real hair. They're in the damn salon every day. How many dudes have been sending Western Union money so they can get their hair done? Compared to if you go to Baltimore, Chicago, New York, Atlanta, New Orleans, Louisiana, LA,
Money.
it's absurd. It's absurd. There's the ratio is off the map. The BBL ratio and the weaves and wigs is so high outside of the DR compared. And if you ratio it and scale it, it's crazy. Kayla, am I lying? Versus what you see in the States versus what you see in DR. Women do wear
their natural hair more in DR. I think like the wigs and the weaves and stuff. I think within the last 3, maybe a few, it started becoming popular because I remember during COVID, you didn't really see women with weaves or none of that stuff. I think like it's something that's just now becoming popular because I be seeing a lot of these girls with wigs. You know, I could tell. Obviously, there's times I put extensions in my hair too, so I could tell. But I'm just like, wow, when do women here start wearing extensions like this?
Right.
But majority of the women do have their natural hair.
See, Kayla even admitted it. She got dandruff in between her braids underneath that wig.
But here's the thing:
I put in clip-ins. I put clip-ins in.
I think it's what Kayla said. Dominicans, they're just late to the game. Because I always say my saying is this: every bitch over there want to be Cardi B, and we know she's completely fake.
That's what they call me. It's so freaking annoying.
She's complete. She's
like, y'all better stop calling me
Cardi
that.
Got the weave and the wig. Cardi got the BBL. Cardi got the long fake nails. She got the fake lashes. They all want to be fucking Cardi B. She is their fucking hero.
Okay, so, what about Brazil? What about Brazil?
What about Brazil? I've never been there, but I think if anything, with the advent
no. You're talking. You made the comment, brother, about guys going overseas and running into the same thing. What about Brazil? Let's talk.
Hell to the no.
There's no weaves in Brazil. Ain't no weaves in Brazil.
Ain't it'd be hard to find. Brazil. Oh my God.
Only thing I'm gonna say about Brazil is 2 categories that they match. Is I know on the body count and on the fucking single motherhood. Now the rest I don't know.
You ain't gonna hear me say body count in Brazil because they do. They have a casual. Casual issue. They just if they like you,
and
they
kids. And kids.
I mean,
and kids. They got it. That's easily to be looked up.
But I goes like there's a big language. It was a language barrier for me. In Brazil because they speak that Portuguese. But I will say the respect and the vibes there way better than here. Way better than here. And I was only there for a week, but that week was fucking amazing.
Yeah. So Rico, your little soliloquy on this and that, it's just wrong. You're totally wrong.
But so it's clear they need to take body count out the conversation. They need to take single motherhood out the conversation.
No, it's not clear. It's not clear. Kayla will tell you this. There are women over there in DR. Let's talk about DR. You want to stay on DR because that seems to be the biggest comparison for you. There are women over there that there's a lot of women in the Dominican Republic that don't have high body counts. And the reason why is because they don't. Okay. The reason why is because they don't. Some of these women don't want to deal with their own men because they know if they start dealing with a nigga, get pregnant, they're gonna be left alone. I mean, Kayla's right there. She got a gang of women that she's cool with. She be in them streets. There's a lot of women. If you're gonna sit there and say that they have absorbently high body counts, it's not like
equal
that,
to the states.
It's not like
I didn't say absorbent. I said equal to the states.
You said equal or more.
People in the states need to take that out the conversation. You can't make it about a particular thing if it's the same thing where you're going. I just think they need to take because they have a problem with teen pregnancies in the DR. They don't practice any abstinence or safe sex, anything like that. We know
they don't do that here.
We have it. Whether or not they do it is something different. It's not even known there.
Unfortunately,
you must not have too many young people in your family. They have it here, but
he doesn't, and he doesn't understand. Rico ain't sat down and talked with a bunch of young little girls, man.
They don't have none of that. I got three nieces in school. They don't talk about abstinence or none of that.
This is what I'm saying, Glenn. We do have sex education, and we do.
No, we don't. No, we don't. In high school and stuff. No, you have it. No, where? I'm asking you where, because I have people. Where? Middle school. It's not there. If you don't go to the nurse or anything, it's not taught
Okay.
in it's not taught in classes, and it's
What I'm
not taught in
saying
high
is,
school.
this
in the
is wild
DR,
work.
we don't have it at all.
Huh?
That's wild.
You don't have them giving out condoms. You don't have them doing
No,
anything.
they don't give out condoms.
They don't do
Depending on
anything.
your county, but depending on the county you're in, you're not.
Your doctor won't talk to you about it.
You could go
You're
to parent.
right.
You can go to
Sex is
Parenthood
not
and get
spoken
condoms.
about in
But
the
high school, no,
household.
they don't. No,
It's
they
not spoken about any fucking where. You're right. Your mama
Exactly.
ain't gonna take
That's
you down there to
true.
get you on the pill. Nothing. I'm just sitting there saying
There's parents that don't even have to talk with their kids because they don't
Okay,
feel
look.
comfortable.
That's what
That's
I
when
was
a lot
saying.
of girls will go elsewhere, and a lot of young boys will go somewhere and get horrible information because their own parent or their guardian won't tell them about it.
Glenn, bad information is better than no information.
They don't get it. That's what I'm saying. I get where you're coming from for
can't
your
do
mind,
I've met a
from
lot
your
of
mindset,
friends that I
but you're
have. A
just
lot of them have
removed
had
from a lot
sex
of
with
shit that's
older
going on, Rico.
people.
You're
They've lost
having
their virginities to
thank
older
you, Kayla.
people.
You're here listening to this conversation from a female and a younger, a young. I think, yo, Glenn, you out of the YN status. He ain't no YN.
Oh yeah, I'm not a YN.
He better
He's
be
not a YN.
He better be at almost 40. But what I'm saying is what I'm saying is that okay? Forget the sex education because we're not gonna win that. Their body counts are no lower than it is in the States. It may not be higher.
I'm not gonna argue either one because I don't know. I'm not gonna argue either one.
But I just know sex education ain't.
And I don't even know why you brought that up because I never even heard that. I
just
never heard nobody say that.
Heard nobody say what?
I've never actually heard anybody talk about body counts versus United States.
No, yeah, they did that. That is absolutely.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that.
That is absolutely single motherhood and body count is absolutely
single motherhood. But I didn't hear the body count.
I've never heard the body
count. Yeah, they bring up body count. They bring that up too, and I was like, what? Y'all
the body count thing is dumb here and over there. If you want to fuck. Like what the fuck are we talking about?
What they do is they use it to demonize women here and say she got a high body count.
Rico, here's the thing.
Bodies.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. And
that's what I'm saying.
Brother Jay Mitch said, yeah, it's bad, but not to the degree that they're saying. It is not for our age bracket, me, Jay Mitch's age bracket. Yeah, there's women that still got those skills. But for the younger kids, these younger girls don't have those type of skills for cooking, cleaning. Yeah, it's normal because you can't be dirty. But cooking, that art is being lost, right? And as far as being able to approach certain women and being able to talk to women, it is harder for these younger generation guys, right? Now, when I say my generation, I'm talking about between 35 and 45. Yeah, you can approach some women in between that age bracket, but if there are some women between 30 and 40 that are adopting the qualities of these younger women where they don't talk to you, they don't want to be approached, they want a bag, and yeah, that's happening. So what I'm saying is it's not necessarily is it better or is it worse? It is where is a man feel comfortable at? And a lot of men are finding that they feel a lot comfortable outside of the United States. Unfortunately, that's just what's happening. Now, a lot of men are making mistakes thinking that they bring those women back to the United States. And the common denominator is not where they're from, where they're at. It is the culture of the United States that corrupts these minds. So it is possibly a toxic femininity, which we spoke on a few weeks back. And that is the problem, Rico. That is the problem. It is the United States of America and its culture.
Right. But and again, remember I told you about society, because once they come into the US, they come into the American society, and in short order, it becomes known that women in America are treated differently than where they come from. So they end up having a heightened sense of agency and independence. And oftentimes, all of a sudden, they start exercising that, which then leads to problems in the relationship and so on and so forth. Shit that she would have never said in the DR or Columbia. Lord knows if they get over in the New York up in Washington Heights with their people, it's a done deal. It's a fucking wrap. Because then once they assimilate among their communities in the United States, there's definitely going to be, you ain't got to put up with that shit. It's a wrap, bro. So they got
Kayla,
they got a whole entire the second largest Dominican city in the world is in New York because of so many fucking people they got up there that's Dominican. Go up there and bag one of them and see what you fucking get.
Kayla, can I show
What
that?
you
Huh?
Can I show that?
Oh yeah, that was my vote party for my birthday. You can show it.
All right. All right.
I'll send you the other picture too. You're something else.
All right. Yo.
So- What's so
All
funny?
right. Not that I'm just, She said she got thicker, guys. I mean, what y'all think?
I did.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Very nice.
BLB, you know I'm blind. I gotta lift my glasses up.
Yeah, bro.
Where's that at?
It
Caleb?
don't even
That's-
matter. It don't even
That's
matter.
in Puerto Plata. That was on my birthday. I
Not
had a
bad,
vote
not
party.
Okay,
bad.
cool.
Yeah.
That's tough. Well, thank you for that. I'll be calling you after this live.
And I know you've never met me, BLB, but I'm sure you can see the difference between
Don't get started on why not.
Huh?
Don't get started on why not.
It's always been my fault.
There
So
you go.
I'm never in the same place. I'm always somewhere.
Because I had my bib on ready for you too. No, I'm just kidding.
So,
Well,
so,
you better
so,
have your whip.
so y'all admit that I was right?
About what? Okay, my
Everything.
brother Jay Mitch said I'm capping. This is what's happening out here, brother. I'm not.
Yeah.
Shout out to Prime in the building. They have sex education all over America. What are you talking about? Somebody said, I don't know. I had it when I was in school. I don't remember. I don't know if they have it now.
Okay. Sex education, yes. When BLB was in school, I was in school, Rico was in school. And yes,
Rico was in school with Harriet Tubman.
I
bro.
goes like,
so it's a difference.
but see the thing is, the person in the chat, I don't know, I can't see who said that, but the thing is, yes, sex education is still out there, but it is not talked about how it was when I was coming up. You have to go to somebody. I had sex educational classes. Now in high school and stuff, if a person doesn't go searching for education, no, they do not. I can't speak for all states, but the state I currently live in, and I have 3 nieces that are in school. No, if you want the information, you got to go get it. It is not given to you. They'll give you a little bag. They'll give you a little bag with a pamphlet in it.
That's a fact.
You think these little motherfuckers is reading them pamphlets?
I salute
No.
that.
But I think even boys and girls in the States, because even as a father, as men, we tell our sons, you better scrap up, you better put a cap on it, put a fucking helmet on. So that's sex education. Ain't nobody telling them young niggas and them YNs in the DR.
Okay, if that's what you consider self-education,
That's
yes.
sex education.
But I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's-
about like somebody breaking it down to you. That's what I was saying.
No. What I'm talking about as far as pregnancy prevention, disease.
Oh yeah, we have a lot
prevention.
more. Okay, if you're going that
That-
deep, yes,
and
we have a
one
lot
thing
more of that
is
here. Yes.
They don't even have that exists in the DR, which is why
Because they
have.
can't get it. They couldn't get an abortion and shit if they wanted
No.
to. It's illegal over there.
But the whole point
Right.
is which is why they need sex ed, because I don't want you to get abortion. I want your ass not to get pregnant. I want you to stop spreading diseases through
Well, Rico. Something you got to understand about these Latin countries. These are religious-based countries where their religions dictate certain things, and some of them feel that these kids are following religion. So, sex education, teaching the kid about
They
sex
believe
is
in
kinda
being fruitful,
blasphemous,
Rico.
man.
Being
It's
fruitful.
kind of blasphemous. You teaching a kid about some damn sex education, they don't feel that that's qualified. Now, do they have a problem where there's a lot of young pregnancies in some of these countries? Brother Jay Mitch just said Colombia is the single mother capital of the world.
Mhm.
Both Colombia and Dominican Republic, I think.
Which is right. So it's very religious, but they're still having all of
They're
this.
still clapping cheeks, which is so weird to me. It is so weird to me.
It's like,
Rico.
what the fuck are you talking about religion? They still
It's so
fucking, and they're fucking at a young age, and then you got older dudes impregnating 14-year-old girls.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah. It's a weird thing. But your argument base and stems from somebody saying that a guy shouldn't, and I keep trying to adjust your way of thinking, but I can't. The message from Kevin Samuel said a single man with no kids should not be with a woman that has kids. That's what he said. So we need to separate that from what the other fucking the other minions have been saying, because it's not what Kevin Samuel said. If you got kids already, you are not in his fucking conversation. If you're a man of affluence and you have no kids, you should not be fucking looking for a single mom to take care of her kids. That's what he said. I keep trying to tell people that's what he said. He did not say that fucking Junebug with 7 kids that he don't take care of should be going over there saying to a bitch with a female with kids, I don't want nothing to do with you because you got kids. That is absurd and disrespectful to my intelligence and everybody on this panel for Junebug to be doing that. Or Jay Rillo.
They'll go a step further. They'll go a step further, B.O.B., and will tell a nigga that being a stepdaddy is a simp.
If you have no kids, Rico, that's what he said.
If you have no kids, but they don't say that. They don't say
that's what the Godfather said. Right. That's not what these other niggas been saying.
But they don't say that. And then the point of the matter is, I sit there, I said, wait a minute. In one breath, you say the black community ain't shit. So you got all these fatherless boys and girls out here with no father. And if a man decides he wants to come into that woman's life and assume that role, you tell him not to do it. But then
if he was a single man with no children anywhere in the world, I do not condone with kids, of course. Yeah, do that if that's what you know what I'm saying.
But they tell all men.
No, the Godfather never said that, and that's where I
didn't say the Godfather. The Godfather ain't here no more.
His the
message that's being propagated out there today is you should not be a stepfather to another man's child. Period.
But no, Rico, hold on.
Who's saying that?
I have a question for Rico. So you think that's a smart investment on a man to get into a relationship with a woman with kids? You think that's a smart investment?
I don't think for me, the basis of whether or not a woman has children, whether or not it's a smart investment, it's part of the equation, but I don't think it makes it a smart or dumb investment if a woman has a child. I think the only exception is what BLB says. If a man doesn't have children, I absolutely agree. He shouldn't be with someone with children. He should be with someone without. Once a man has fathered a child, whether or not that woman got a child, separate to you figuring out what type of relationship you're gonna have with that child.
I hear you clearly now, because I have no kids and I refuse.
Oh, then you shouldn't be with nobody with kids.
Oh, you won't catch me. Trust and believe.
It's your choice. It's your choice.
Trust and believe. Trust and believe.
What if they're all grown up?
Right. Here's the thing, Glenn.
I don't give a shit if they were 100 years old.
Hold on, fellas. Kayla asked a great question. What if they're all grown up? Your legacy.
So what if they're all grown up? Like, so for example, my son is 21 and he's in the military. So how does that affect?
How does it affect you? Okay. Some men feel that they want to, just like women, because women are more vocal about this than anybody. We've seen it on Pop the Balloon. We've seen it. I don't want to date men that have kids. Women have been saying that since we was younger. The excuse was the baby mama drama and all that shit. They've been saying it before we've been saying it. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. Women been saying that before us, that they don't want no niggas with kids. So cool. We started saying if a man of affluence has affluence and wants to start a legacy, selects a woman to start his legacy with, he should be able to start from ground zero. She has no kids. He has no kids. Now, if a woman has kids that's grown up, Kayla, you're not going to have a shortage of men without kids or with kids in your DMs. That's not gonna happen, Kayla, because after that picture that you sent me, I'm probably gonna have to lock you. I'm gonna have to lock you up. I'm gonna have to lock you up after this interview anyway. So there's niggas gonna be in your DMs regardless if they have kids or not.
Then Kayla, in the case of you saying your son's 21, so let's say, I'm just using the example, me and you are talking, and then your son meets me and doesn't like me. you love your son way more because we're just knowing each other. You'll cut me. I'm not saying you, but most women would cut a dude off if they child ain't feeling the dude and says, "Mine, you don't need to be with him." Not saying all, but a lot would.
Yeah, it happens.
Some would.
That's security.
Some would. Some
As
would.
they should. As they
Yeah,
should.
so I go and they should choose their son over the dude. But I'm just saying, nah, man. And then the girls I have talked to, because I have talked to some girls with kids. The only thing, and I stopped doing it once I got into my mid-30s. I was like, I'm done with this shit. Is that they never let anything be organic. They was just always trying to force me to be the new dad. And them little niggas was like, who is this freckle face ass motherfucker? Like, why are you trying to force this motherfucker on me? So
That's a different dynamic, though. That's a different dynamic,
The only
too.
thing I see about it is if a man doesn't have children and he wants to have children, is making sure that he's with a woman that's of childbearing age and also agreeable to wanting to conceive a child for that man. Because you can still be with a woman with kids and she still could be of childbearing age and she can still give you a child. So it's not like, oh, I can only be with women with no kids to have a kid. You can be with a woman that got a kid. She can give you another one, this, that, whatever. It's just the fact that I think if you are a man, whether you are of influence or not, and you want a child to leave a legacy, you should only be, it was preferable to be with a woman without kids because the hopes is that she's more agreeable to wanting kids since she's never had one, or either one that you know is agreeable to having another. Because the way I look at it like this, if you ain't got no kids and she ain't got no kids, y'all both probably want one. So it'll work out. But if she's got one and I don't have none, she may not want another and she may not fucking never give me one. You
Man,
know,
we seen how that shit work on the movie Baby Boy. We seen how that shit work. That shit don't work. No, I'm just kidding. Yo. I'm just kidding.
So that's what I think the whole thing was about for me is that if you don't have any kids, yeah, I think most people, but then it's fucked up too because you got people out here that be in that same situation and try as hard as they might, they just can't have no fucking kids.
I know people like that. But Rico,
Yeah,
you can't ridicule
I know a couple people like that too.
You can't ridicule the decision of men that don't have kids to choose otherwise, right? And I don't think you're doing that. But I will tell you from everything that I was listening to, because I was in arguments heavy versus men and versus women when Kevin Samuels was alive and doing his videos. They misunderstood his message. His message was specific. If you want this, well, this is gonna happen. He was what they all missed about that. What some of his minions or some of the guys running the Passport Bro space, they missed it. You are not anything where Kevin Samuels was describing. You're not there.
No.
So you can't run around and dictate things like Kevin, like those men that Kevin, high earning men. Not I just cleared 100K. No, we're talking about high earning men that want to leave a legacy with the women, their child, and they don't want a woman that have kids. I'm not moving you and Stella and your children. There are some affluent men that would do it, but some men choose that when they have worked so hard through their life to build their career and build their wealth, that when they decide to have a family and start a family, they want to start fresh with a woman that has no children. That's the basis. Now, men are going overseas, like you said, men are going overseas saying that they won't date women with children when they got a little big head ass, badass kid at home is wild fucking work.
Right.
It's wild work. And shame on them niggas that still be promoting that shit so that the younger Passport Bros coming up absorbs that wrong information and looking totally fucking stupid. I agree with you on that. There.
And that's my only issue was the whole and maybe I take it personal because I've been a stepfather twice. I thoroughly enjoy.
You said you was a simp, and ain't nothing wrong with that.
But I'll be honest with you, I thoroughly enjoy. Even when I got divorced from my second wife, the whole point is I developed relationships with my stepkids. I've never even called them stepkids; they're my kids.
Right.
I developed a relationship with them, so even when the marriage ended, I still continue being their father. You see what I'm saying? To the point that they're all grown. She's no longer here, and I'm still their father. Because
well, that case is not the same, brother.
Right. So
my case was I was told I cannot be in that kid's life no more.
Right. Well, I'm
did
not.
that too.
Every case is different. All I'm sitting there saying is, in the black community where they say 80% of it is single mothers. So I'm like, so a lot of these homes need a father in them. If their real father is the piece of shit or whatever, I don't know. He's not there for whatever reason. Why are we discouraging potential mates that may have chose of their own volition to want to get involved in the kid's life to not do it?
I
I will never tell any
You
man to
have to.
do it. This is
Yeah.
what I'm saying, BLB. I will never tell a man to be a stepfather. I would never tell a man not to be. The only thing I would tell a man is before you do it, it's a heavy fucking lift and make sure you built for it. Because everybody ain't built to do this shit.
No, but you have to ask before going into a situation like that.
Yeah,
which
they
I
should,
always
absolutely.
ask, what
I would
happened
hope they
with
would.
what happened with this nigga? And then when you hear, oh, he ain't shit and hear that, well, I need to hear his side too. Because
It's
I'm in
ask,
for one.
ask whatever you want. I'm just assuming that if a guy go through all those steps, all that vetting, all this, and he decides he wants to do it, what the hell we look like telling him, you a simp, you a simp. Shut up and
No,
let that
it's
man
his,
do what he
at
want
the
to
end
do.
of the day, it's his decision. At the end of
Yeah,
the day, nobody's making his money
right.
or nobody's. It's his decision. But
Because if it goes bad, I tell motherfucker, if it go bad, I ain't bailing your ass out.
I
But if
mean,
it goes good, I ain't getting the
but
praise. Do you?
it is. But
But
you
there,
also got to realize that there's a. Go ahead, Rico. My bad.
I will say this: there's been a lot of great people who have been raised by stepfathers. A lot of great people. So, for all of they describe the bad. I don't think it's been any more bad relationships between stepfathers and stepkids than it was good. They'll talk about the bad. That's fine. But they'll never talk about the good. Like I said, I have 3, 4 great loving step kids that I raised. They're all adults. They'll never talk about that. Those never get counted. But if
Oh
I
my
had a
gosh,
fucked
you got
up
a few
one,
cakes
they
too.
wouldn't shut up about it. You see what I'm saying? If I had a fucked up situation with, oh, this little motherfucker disrespected me, they would never shut up about that. They'll talk about that till the end of the time. They're only going to talk about the bad, never the good.
Who
And
is
that's why
with
I just
them
think
yams
that's
right there?
unfair.
Is that a BBL, Kayla? Yeah, Kayla done left. She got a BBL. That's a BBL. Rico, is that a BBL, Rico?
Maybe look like I got a little help. But the thighs,
Mm.
see what you got to go with is you got to go with the thighs too. Are the thighs proportionate?
Is that
Because
your speed, Rico?
oftentimes the thighs aren't proportionate.
Is
BBL.
that your speed, Rico? Would you?
Sure, everything on the boat. That's the only one that's close to, if anybody. The other 4, I don't think at all.
BLB.
Yeah,
You know everybody in that picture too small for me.
Oh yeah, he like the big girls. This nigga wild, bro. That's tough. She got the.
Yeah,
Tough.
so that's all. I just think
My friend on the end, she's had some work done, but
Thank you.
that's
We
what I
know it.
everybody else
said.
is natural. Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Hmm.
That's
And
one. That's 1 out of 4. So
Yeah,
that
that's
still
what I
means
said.
the United States is killing it in
Oh
BBL.
my God. And you know what I had said that, Kayla? I said that's the only one that I think maybe had, and the other 4 did not. Because it was clear to me the other 4 didn't. And the only thing, the way I look
Right.
at, for me, my identifier is the behind doesn't match the thighs. So you see much smaller thighs trying to support all that. It's like, oh, ain't no way in hell she ain't got no work done. Absolutely. And I agree with you, BLB. They
Send you the
they
video,
do some
BLB.
bad work in the DR. They do a lot of them, but
Yeah.
a lot of that shit don't look good. So
Dude, they do a lot of them in Colombia too. They do
yeah,
a lot of them in Colombia.
I think they do a better. I don't know because I've never been, but I know the ones in the DR. A lot of them come out looking. I'm like, hey, look, they did that.
Like what you call it slept on too. Mexico do a lot of them too. Mexico do a lot of them too.
They do a lot in Mexico.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Mexico, they do.
Oh yeah, they do a lot in Mexico. It's not.
Oh
a
yeah,
state.
yeah. Because you
Yeah.
know what? I forgot that sister got killed
Mm,
when them niggas drove down into Mexico. I
you
forgot
know it.
about that. Them niggas got killed down there getting up
Mhm.
the fucking BBL.
I go like, shoot, then people, the hottest thing going, I can only speak from down here. People is getting all their dental work. They be going to Mexico from North Carolina, South Carolina. They be going to Mexico to get their dental work.
Coming back
Listen
with
to
gold
this
teeth
stat.
and shit.
Yeah.
Miami Airport used to have lines of girls in wheelchairs from having BBLs in DR Colombia. I was in Cali I was staying in Cali for like 8-9 months, right? So in a 3-year span, I spent more time in Cali than the United States. And every time I would fly out, I'd go to the airport and I see those wheelchair girls. I sat on my father's dead grave. I sat next to, in the exit aisle, to a woman that was going through her pain joints. And she asked during takeoff, it was either during takeoff or something, with seatbelt sign was on. She asked them if she could lay down. She can't sit. She kept complaining, right? I got a number because I thought she was, until I seen all the stuff. You know what I'm saying? But she had to lay down there was so many, you'll see so many wheelchairs at those airports of people getting on flights directly to Miami or directly to Houston or something like that. This girl was going to Houston. I was on United. So the ratio was crazy. Those hospitals make their money. Those recovery centers, they make their money from foreign dollar. They do not make enough money to sustain those places from the Colombian traffic. They do not. The Dominican traffic, they do not make enough to sustain those versus what they're getting from the United States, Rico. So we are the BBL hub of the world. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we that, bro.
I'm gonna get the real numbers.
Go ahead. I need you to go around touching booties and figure it out. Figure it out.
As soon as you stop tripping off them body counts.
I'm cool with the body counts. I'm cool.
I go like just like I put in the chat earlier. I don't get the obsession with unicorns and virgins. These motherfuckers in these chats talking about unicorns and virgins like we live in a fairy tale world.
Right. So you heard your man BMT tell that lie about they getting virgins. I'm like, where the fuck they getting virgins at?
Sometimes people say things, Rico, and that doesn't represent the group and the travel.
Yeah, for real.
A dude's private or exclusive comment, bro. I don't know. I've never heard that. I've never heard the body count situation. I've never heard that in any space, in any of the conversations where, in any of the spots where the 304s is at, and we're after in Bailey's, Envy, and Vibes in Cartagena, when we're sitting together talking and saying this, we've had these conversations. That was never brought up, bro. That has never been brought up. In my group, in our group, it is never
brought it up in there. No,
nobody talks about body counts because we all from the school of no matter what they say about their body count, they're gonna lie about it. Even if
right, exactly.
So why are we tripping over their body count? Who said that? Find me the person who said that, so I can.
I will. I'm gonna find you the video. You know, I always send it to you. And the only reason why I say is like I said, you guys may know. Like you said, in your group, y'all know, look, that's just stupid. We know they all gonna lie. Everybody lies about body count. Most people don't even know their fucking body count. So they gotta lie. They don't know how many bodies they got. You know, so, and I don't want to fucking know. You know, just forget it. You know what I'm saying? Because whatever you tell me, if it's true, I'm not gonna believe it anyway.
What if she said? So what if she tell you she had 10,000 glizzies in her box?
That is crazy. That is so disgusting.
I mean, it happens. What you gonna say? You gonna take it? You gonna hit it?
No. This is what I'm saying.
You're a feminist. You have to accept it.
This is the question. If she tell me she had 10,000 and I believe it, then I believe it. You know what I'm saying? It still comes down to what you believe. So if she tell me it was 3, do you believe it?
What if she got a mixtape of her getting pummeled by?
So everything still comes down to what you believe. Do you got 3,000 bodies or do you got 3?
Body count in DR is useless.
Right.
Running up the scoreboard. There's nowhere on the face of the earth that I believe runs up the scoreboard more than Thailand and Colombia, bro. It's not happening, bro. It ain't happening. Thailand and Colombia they got high numbers. And you could throw in Brazil somewhere in the mix. It's wild.
Even when you come up with a conservative number, I think I had did it once before. I said, okay, say she only getting work 3 days a week and 3 bodies. That's 9 a week, which is 9 times 4 is 18. That's 36 a month times 12. That's 360, almost 400 bodies per year.
I
Then
did
you
an interview with a girl with 50,000 bodies, bro.
Yeah. And I'm like,
God damn.
that's being extremely conservative. If you say 3 days, 3 bodies, if you say 9 bodies, that's being very conservative. A lot of those girls
50,000
work
is crazy.
every day. And if she looked like anything, she's easily gonna get 2-3 bodies a day, depending on what
Glizzy,
time of day she starts working.
glizzy goblin, bro. She's a glizzy goblin.
And then depending on how much she worked, I'm like, that's gonna be based on how bad she want to get to the bag. If she trying to get a car, she decide, hey, I'm gonna put some miles on this ass. She gonna be out there. She gonna be out
Rico, Rico,
there. Mhm.
muted. Go ahead. This is what does that title say though, Rico?
Over 40,000.
That's her right there.
God damn. That's crazy.
Wow.
There was that lady here in the States that slept with
Retired.
500 dudes in 24 hours and filmed it.
That's still conservative to 40,000,
Yeah.
bro. That's crazy.
No. And what in 24 hours?
That's
She
still
slept
conservative.
Yeah.
she slept with that many dudes in 24 hours.
You can shower that off. That's a
But
one.
then you know, and like I said, the 40K is believable. You know, I mean, what was that like a 8-9? What was that like a 10-year run for?
Yeah, she had a long run, Rico. She had a long career though.
Yeah, so she had like a 10-year run.
And she was in them tourist spots though.
Yeah, so if you had
Damn, she got Chamberlain beat by a whole bunch.
Glizzies.
I wonder if her walls are still tight
I don't know.
because I would die if my
Tight
walls
is
weren't
crazy.
tight. Sorry,
What'd you say, Kayla?
nothing.
She said, "I wonder if her walls are still tight."
That's not what. That's not. Y'all keep missing what she be saying, but I'm not gonna say nothing. Yo, she be saying
Only
other
you
things.
hear. Only you hear what I say.
I know,
but,
right?
You know, I don't know. What country was that in, BLB?
That was in Brazil.
Yeah, but I mean, but at the end of the day, does an old hoe give a shit if her walls tight in Brazil?
I
I don't
mean,
even
you got to
think it
keep
really
the
matters
clients.
to them at
You
that
got to keep
point.
your clients satisfied. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at that point, she should be at retirement.
They get look. Rico, you
there's
looking at
no
the stats.
them women in Brazil don't retire. They'll be
You can
fucking
get
your age.
yeah.
They'll be
Well,
your age
yeah.
still out there.
I've seen that too. You can get retightening surgery in Turkey, Colombia, and DR. So maybe that's what they're doing. So the tightening is not the problem. It's the back wall, because where you used to tap in the back of that thing, and then when you get in there and you think you're gonna hit the back and the bottom fall out, that's a problem. It's a problem. That's how I know that this mission to have pleasure turns into a fact-finding mission in the back. I gotta make sure nobody else is in there.
That's
You know what I'm saying?
crazy.
You feeling around for the walls, bro. This is for the back. You know what I'm saying?
40K. 40K is
While
crazy. 40K is,
That is,
but you know,
I couldn't imagine.
And you know, during that 40K, some nice brothers flew over from the motherland, dragging that third leg, pummeled the hell out of her. You know what I'm saying? And you think you're gonna go there, spend your money, and wear it out? Nah, it ain't happening.
But you know what the crazy part about it is,
and I'm blessed.
That's probably not wildly unusual. Like you said, when you know, it's probably a lot of chicks out there after a 10, 12, 15-year run got them numbers.
Yeah. But these women over here doing it the same them Instagram models.
Ain't no whole
Instagram models.
whole bunch in the States got no 40K numbers.
Them Instagram
Please,
models.
I know
bro,
somebody. I know a lady that is about 63 and she's still out on the streets at night.
But the bottom line is, ain't nobody paying them like that here.
Them Instagram models is
I don't
running
think
it up,
they getting
bro.
paid. Ain't nobody paying them.
Rico, how much you know about OnlyFans? These girls is making dumb money over there.
But yeah, I'm talking about that's all for people paying for the subscription and sending the money. I'm talking
Still,
about
it's still hoeing. That's still hoeing.
yeah,
Rico-
but
That's still hoeing.
Rico
but
got
I'm-
the lifetime subscription.
no,
That's
I'm
still
saying he pointed out somebody who had 40K bodies. Ain't
Yes,
nobody in the state got no 40K bodies.
You never know, bro. Because there's some place. Look, LA. You mean to tell me they ain't LA? They you know what I'm saying? There's some women that been in the game and the circles and all that in LA.
I think
Any that Puffy was dealing with lately.
Man, there's some women.
Cassie got
There's
40,000.
women on Skid Row that have been there since the damn 80s, and they still out on that
But
bitch.
listen, that girl to get them 40K bodies, she was working 7 days a week, and she was catching multiple bodies a day.
That's what they do in them joints, bro.
I don't know. I go like, please, them meth heads
Nope.
and
And he's right. There is nobody putting up numbers like Brazil, Thailand, and Colombia. That's a fact. I'm not even.
Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Those are lifetime achievement numbers.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
How do you have a whole Hall of Fame and this one girl, these three countries beat all the hoes on the list, the top 20? It's crazy.
Yeah.
It is wild, their numbers. It's absurd.
Yeah, but what I'm pointing out is that there's a lot of, like, she was in Brazil. You probably could have found another 500 women in Brazil that had numbers like that. You know what I'm saying? She's not the only
not
one.
like that.
I think
Not
there's
like that.
I think there would have been another 500.
Another 500?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you
Yeah.
could.
I'm just like,
Yeah, you could.
because what they're doing is they're doing that shit to eat. They doing that shit, like you said, them chick, they just got to get it. And then
I mean, you should be rich after 40, after 10,000. You should have bread.
But you know what the problem is? A lot of them ain't hoeing for themselves. A lot of them hoeing for them gangs.
That's not true, bro. It's illegal to have pimps in some of these countries. It's
Brazil?
illegal. It's illegal.
In Brazil, I don't
It's
know.
illegal. It is illegal.
Brazil, you can't have no pimp or a brothel. They have them, but they just have them. They have them hidden.
But I don't think that's the issue in Colombia, because they at least according to what
DR got pimps. DR got pimps. You know who they are?
Who?
Them women's husbands.
Yeah.
Well,
them cats that's bringing them to the meetup.
And then we just read the article, BLB, about the exploitation. But BLB, we just read the article about the trafficking and exploitation in Sosua. So you can't say they don't have no gangs and no pimps. They doing it.
No,
it's just
ain't no
illegal.
gangs. Ain't no gangs. Ain't no gangs. And DR ain't no gangs running women, bro.
Well,
Ain't no
who
gangs
running
running
them?
women. That's
Who
not
running them bitches that article said was getting run? Because they said they were being human trafficked.
probably the places. If you staying in this place, you paying. And if you paying, you have to get it how you getting it. That's probably what I would say about DR. It's from everything I know from being in them streets, there is no group of guys that's running women. It's not happening, bro. The niggas that come around, the guys that come around when you see them on the streets and say, I got chicas, they're getting a little price for bringing you to them.
So
it's not that
they're not. The gangs ain't running the bitches in Colombia.
No.
In Colombia.
No.
Colombia.
No.
So Colombia don't have gangs running shit.
No. Those are independent workers, bro.
All right.
Those are independent workers. They either working out
Trust me. I'm believing
if they have debts,
he can speak the language.
Some women do have debts, and the dudes is telling them, I don't care how you get your money, just bring me my money. That's where they at. They don't want it, man. You got to understand some of these gangs, bro. Just think about this. Just think about this logically. Colombia is the biggest exporter of cocaine in the world.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm in a gang, I'm moving product. A bitch's vagina is not getting me the type of money that I'm making off of my product.
No, but my thing is, which I get that, and that's what I'm saying is, at least from some of what I read, I don't know.
Pimping is illegal. My brother just said it. Pimping is illegal in Colombia. Pimping is illegal in DR. Pimping is illegal in Brazil.
From what I read, that in particular they said in Colombia, yes, the same ones that's running drugs is running drugs and bitches.
No, they're not, because they don't want the problems of having bitches. And I know, because I got some guys, I'm not going to talk too much, but they don't want the problems of running women, because all it takes for a woman to run to the police, and then those dudes are getting extorted for money, and their business is on. It's not that. Those women operate for themselves. They get into the business for themselves. Them women in Parque Lleras and Cartagena, they're working for themselves. We know a lot of them. Unfortunately, I know a lot of them, and they ain't working for nobody. They work because I make more money doing this, because I gotta feed my kid, or because I gotta pay the rent. They do that. They don't got no. They never mention because listen, I'm working for these guys. You never hear that. You never hear that in these places. So no, there's no pimping and there's no trafficking. That's just bullshit, bro. It's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, at the end of the day, you talk to the girl that got 40K bodies. I know she ain't the only one.
No,
I know there's plenty of others in those countries, because we you know.
And the one thing is, I'll say this. When I had conversations, the one thing I liked about Brazil is they're not gonna, the whole body thing isn't talked about, but they're sure enough not gonna sit there and lie to you and be like, oh, I'm a Virgin Mary type shit. Chick gonna let you.
Wow.
I go like, what the couple I fucked with. I know I ain't got the advanced game of you. They would shorty I already knew was because where I picked her up at, I already knew she. You know what I'm saying? So I just. You know, they weren't sitting there lying to me saying that, oh, I'm the most innocent motherfucker on the face of this earth. So
you think you got these guys flying? Look, Rico, you got these guys meeting these 304s in DR, Brazil, Colombia, and then the next you look up, she's on a vacation with them in Peru. She's
Hey, you ain't lying about that. Somebody I met down in DR, I saw her Instagram. She's in fucking New York right now. How the fuck did she get to New York? And when I met her, she looked like a dirtball.
On her status, you see her walking down the what's that called when you walk on the plane? The little thing, the
jet walk.
The jet walk. You see her walking on the jet walk, showing her passport and the luggage, her carry-on. You know what I'm saying? It's diabolical work, bro. It's diabolical.
Everybody want to be Travelversity. Everybody want to be Mr. Lucky. Everybody want to be Mr. Lucky. I'm like, Lord have mercy.
Yeah,
304 all around the world.
I hope you're ready when you guys meet, because I think Travel gonna try to square up with you.
I hope he do.
I think he gonna try to square up with you.
I hope he do. He better not be lucky with him.
They said they tried to run down one. They ran down. Yo, you terrible. Yo, I heard they tried to run down on. They tried to run down on Peso Man in Africa, but he was too scared to come out. That's what they said. That
nigga was shook when he saw Tom. He saw Tom. He was shook. I saw that shit.
He didn't want to get body slammed too.
Exactly. He did.
What Debo said. What Debo said. He said. What Debo said. He said. Tell your father to come so he could get knocked out too.
Yeah. That nigga didn't want that Zoom treatment. I was like, shit.
Oh yeah. Man. That's wild work, guys.
Look, and then the crazy part about
we
it
gotta
is,
get up out of here, guys.
I said, shit. They shook behind Tom. Shit, they shook behind that little motherfucker Star Bull that fucked up BMT.
BMT had a fight. Oh, I remember he had a fight.
The little nigga that busted BMT lip.
Yeah, but I can't give that. There's conflicting stories.
BMT called himself going to press him because the dude Star Bull, had been talking shit. So BMT see him because he be in Thailand, and that's the same nigga that stabbed Q with a dude, slashed his tires and shit. Little short motherfucker, right? He's
I remember that.
Puerto Rican. They call him Star Bull, and BMT called himself going up there pressing him, and the dude told him, "I don't want to talk to you. Get out of my face." And BMT kept trying to. That motherfucker hit him with a 3-piece.
Yeah, but I kind of believe BMT on that side. It wasn't that crazy. He suckered him. He suckered him for space, and then BMT. It was
used his weight
like
on
that. Yeah, it's broke up before it even
Yeah.
really happens, but it is
Right.
what it is.
But the whole fucking point is, but here's the deal: when it was done and over, BMT said, "I ain't got no more problem with him."
Yeah.
But I was like, "But nigga, you went up on them like you was Debo, right? So now you want to what you ain't got no problem with him. What the fuck you walk? That's why you should have never approached him in the first place.
I'm
See,
surprised they didn't do.
was gonna throw hands on your ass.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm surprised they didn't do a video of Zoom. You know how they do them videos on Instagram where like somebody get knocked out and they slide him into a different scene, like he's at the
Yeah.
beach. I'm surprised they didn't do that with like Zoom, but homie walking with Zoom. You know what I'm saying?
Because see,
That
that's
would be
the
wild
thing.
work.
That's the thing with Tom and Star Bull, right? They claim both of them the bullies, but neither one of them approached. Tom didn't approach fucking Zoom. Tom was walking down the street with his fucking cane. Zoom jumped out the fucking barbershop and ran out there and kicked him and got body slammed. Once
Yeah, that's wild
again,
work.
I said, you run up on somebody thinking that, what you say, nigga? Don't be doing that. And that's the same thing BMT did. I was like, but then y'all want to say, oh, they bringing all this mess. I said, no, y'all started that shit. You
That's wild
started
work.
it, Zoom, and BMT, you started it.
Nobody.
So stop all that bullshit.
Guys, any final words before we get up here? I didn't expect to go 5 hours. It's crazy.
I didn't either.
I know, Rico.
I'm just happy to be in presence of greatness. That's it.
Oh,
Hey.
man, stop that.
Yes. I'm glad that I came on your live at the right time, BLB, and to talk with you gentlemen,
Yes.
Rico, and everybody in the chat. Shout out to you guys. So it's 5:33 in the morning here. So I'm laying in the bed with my bonnet on, about to pass out.
You got hair underneath that bonnet?
I sure do.
Oh, man. She got it's the struggle ponytails.
It's my natural hair at the moment. So if you want to come pull it, be my guest.
It's the struggle ponytail.
Yeah.
She got that struggle ponytail.
It's definitely not the little. It's definitely not the little ponytail. Never had one of those.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we
All
go.
right,
Hold
then,
on. I'm
wonderful
gonna show you what
people.
I'm gonna
I'll
show
let
you
you
what you'll
go.
say. Hold on, don't go nowhere. I'm gonna show you
Okay.
what she got on her head, bro.
Okay.
That's what she got on her head right there.
They thought they be in.
Yeah. yeah, that's what she got right here. I grew up with those, man. I grew up with those. A little longer than homie right here, and he got just for me. Wild work.
I have a lot more hair than that. Jeez,
Oh
That's
man,
cold-blooded.
wild work.
that is
Cold-blooded.
horrible.
Yes, you be outside with that. You get a free pass. You get a
You'll
free
never
pass,
catch
mama.
me with no little tippy top.
Let me stop because I got cousins like that. I used to date a girl like that.
That
Shut up.
ain't even enough for a bonnet. Y'all gonna leave my beautiful black queens alone. Stop that shit.
That was Kayla. We ain't talking about that. That was Kayla. She started this. Shout out to
Y'all
listen.
are something else.
Shout out to my beautiful black queens. That's a fact. Shout out to black women because
Most
we're not.
definitely.
I would never ever paint the broad brush and say all black women are like this. It's not
No.
true. And that's what the era of the passport bros were. Me and Rico are in agreement with that.
Yes.
There are some great, amazing, beautiful, intelligent, feminine, that bask in their femininity women in the United States. The only problem is they are becoming few and far in between, and that's what men are finding.
That part.
We can align. I will readily say there are plenty of them that's beautiful, and some of you bitches got problems, severe
That's
problems.
true. That's true.
So that's just
I
a fact.
agree.
Yeah. So
And if they look like Kayla did in that bathing suit, I'm gonna investigate all their problems.
that's the
We
problem.
haven't seen nothing yet, but okay.
Well, you know, you got my. Send me. We talk on the backside. You guys talk on the backside.
Good night, folks. Thank you
I'm
for the
always being bad
conversation.
with
Great
BLB.
as always, brother. I'll
Rico,
see you
thank
Until
you.
the
Thank
moment
you.
that we meet.
Thank you for your
Good
wisdom,
night,
brother. I appreciate you,
fellas.
Most
Rico.
definitely. Most definitely.
Always. Have a good night.
Bye.
Yeah, you
All
too,
right,
big
y'all.
dog.
Thank you guys for rocking with the BLB. I hope y'all enjoyed this broadcast, man. Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna talk to you
All
on
right,
the
big
other
dog.
side, G.
All
All
right.
right.